and location of your emergency.
Breaking news out of North Idaho. Moscow police are investigating a homicide on King Road.
Is she breathing?
No.
So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogen, and Kaylee Goncalves, but no weapon has been located at this time.
Arrested. That's 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger in custody today.
Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false.
We do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area. There are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants.
Everything is alleged. Hey guys, happy Friday. I'll be on the screen here in just a second. You know, I didn't even know today was Friday. I was thinking about Link's recovery versus us taking in the new cat, and Link's already all over the place. Like, you can't even tell he even went to the damn doctor, you know? Can't even tell he did anything. He's everywhere. And he already looks healed. Like, there's literally, like, nothing. Nothing. Like, it doesn't look anything like it did at that first day. He's just running around acting like every psycho version of a cat you'd ever seen, especially for an orange, you know. He's just everywhere. So he's obviously okay. So I was talking to Slade about, like, okay, so when do we think would be a good time to finally integrate Bubbles over? And I was like, what's today? He's like, Friday. I was like, why are you lying to me? What's today? Because on Friday, we do Fast Food Friday, right? So I'm like, he's just telling me that it's Fridays because he wants freaking Jack in the Box or some shit. No, it's actually freaking Friday, y'all. It is actually Friday. Holy shit, the last 2 weeks have been so crazy. I didn't even realize it was freaking Friday. So happy Friday. Holy shit. This week went by so fast. It's actually wild. Actually super wild. Oh my god. Okay, so let's see. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys have already listened to this interview. And again, I'll be on camera here in just a second. I'm finishing my mascara because y'all know that I always am like late to the party for everything. This interview has been out for a few days, and it's caused quite the whirlwind because Steve's over here saying some crazy shit, as always. Now, I have listened to a few of the clips that were going around over on TikTok because, I mean, whenever you're just scrolling, the shit just starts auto-playing, and so you hear certain things. Super insane. Some of the lies I'm already hearing. I don't quite understand where they get off lying about things that we have factual reports for. There's just, like, no way in shit that they had so many people looking at the sheath and so many people handling the sheath that have already said that there were no prints on the damn thing. And then in the clips that are being played, Steve's talking about, oh, they were going to take the prints from the knife sheath and age them out and do all this crazy shit. Like, bro, what are you smoking? Because whatever it is, I'm sure it's illegal. So what the hell are you doing? Saying all this stuff. And what I'm understanding from the comments is that Hannity doesn't seem to really know shit about shit, as usual. So I'm like, okay, so basically he's just another Jesse Weber, just wanting to, you know, get clicks and, you know, get views over on his channel and act like he's actually doing something, but he doesn't really know shit. And remember, old Johnny Bravo over there said twice in an interview that the damn car was a Toyota, and this was after the plea. Okay, so this just another mainstream dumb shit is all that I'm seeing here. For it to be an hour long is also crazy. I had to go through the beginning of it to see like exactly when the Goncalveses start talking, and Home Dude talks for like 4 freaking minutes before they even say anything. I'm just like, holy shit, all right. So we're off to a great start here. So this should be freaking interesting. I don't know what we're gonna go over tonight. There's so much now. Perfect segue, honestly, because there's something that we do need to address this morning. There seems to be some sort of unnecessary drama going around since the FOIA stuff started going on with all of these WSU interviews and stuff with Amazon, okay, we know from us discussing it here, conversations I've told you guys that I've been having in emails with people that have been going in and getting information, this huge duplicate list that was just filed. Now, Accomplished Day, ABCs of True Crime have now put a community post over on, I'm assuming on both of their pages, but I saw it for sure over on Accomplished Day's page, with a Google Drive that goes to all of the files. Now, what ABC told me is that they only charged them like $40 for everything because everything was in one request for all the duplicate stuff. So it was $30 for the duplicate fee base size, and then like $5 for like each additional whatever. For all of everything was only $40, and I'm like, holy shit. What? Like, it's just crazy to me how much money gets spent on like the regular redactions, and then they can just send that file out for just pennies, which is just still so crazy. But anyway, there's so much shit in there. And I know you guys remember me telling you when me and Connor were emailing, going back and forth about this massive amount of information that he had received, that there were some interviews in there that he only paid the duplication fee for because somebody else had gone in and done the redactions, okay? Paid the big money for it. But for some reason, those people, whoever it was, did not release it to the public. And side note, what I'm noticing here is that it's majorly Kaylee's info that this is happening with. That's just something I personally have noticed with the conversations we've been having anyway. So the first one, though, that I took really big note to, and you guys heard me say this, was the interview with multiple girls with Vargas that all talked about this September 11th, 2022 lunch that they had with Kaylee, where she was telling them stories, or a story about some situation, somebody sending her something through social media. It was a huge thing because all of them had the same memory of Kaylee telling them something about a stalker and about this unwanted stuff that was going on, but none of them could remember the specific details. They just all collectively remember, hey, in September, she was telling us some crazy shit, right? That one had been redacted and not released to the public, and that's a problem for me because then we also hear the shit from Jack Jakor, people trying to buy pictures from him about her, and then someone else also messaging Maddie. Okay, like there's a whole thing, right? There was also an Ava Woods interview that was the exact same way. It was, he didn't have to pay for the redactions, he just paid for the duplication fee. The Walmart footage that's out seems to also be part of what's going on here. And the main thing that I've come to understand with what's happening with Kate, who is the one who originally FOIA'd the hotel interviews that we trauma that we went over last night, okay? The emails and stuff that she put on Twitter shows that she requested that from Amber. Well, technically, Amber is just in the office. She requested the hotel interviews from MPD back in May, okay? Her email that, again, she has on her profile over on Twitter, I don't know if she posted it over on YouTube. She might have put it on YouTube, too, in her community post thing. Anyway, shows that she just got the files on Monday. Okay. The issue seems to be that Moscow PD has not only seemed to have skipped over some things, but have also failed to send out people's original redacted information. So it seems like when ABC filed this request and MPD was going through the list of everything that was already redacted, they were like, oh shit, we didn't send this one off, and sent Kate her paid in full redacted file at the same time that ABC pretty much got sent the redacted huge list of things that had already been done. So it has nothing to do with somebody trying to do something before anybody else or anything, because no one knows from the list who is the person who did the original redactions. We just know that it shows it's a duplicate fee that was paid and not the actual redacted information. So whatever's going on is no one's at fault for anything. As somebody who's taking a look at everything and listening to everyone and trying to figure out what's happening, there's a lot of information in the duplicate list that, again, has been paid for by other people and has not been released. This is a pattern that we me, Connor, ABC, Accomplished A have all seen over the past few months now. So when this list came in and it shows there's a duplicate fee, they don't have any way to go and track down who it was that originally did the redactions. They have no freaking clue how to go in and be able to figure out, okay, well, who actually paid for this? Who do we need to find? I've been sent things before that I didn't pay for to have redacted, but that got sent to me. And I was like, well, I don't know who it is. So, I mean, I don't know what else to do here besides hold on to it for a couple of days and then just post it off. That was years ago. This shit, we're past doing all the waiting around bullshit, okay? We have what they got, what ABC got, which is this huge list of information, and it's on the Google Drive. Anybody and the mamas can go over to Accomplished A's channel and go to the community tab and see where ABC, because ABC can't post. She doesn't have a channel where she can post stuff on. So she created this Google Drive just to have all of the information together for us all to look at. Like, it's amazing. The idea was great because now we have a list and an actual files. Like, it's not just a list, it's the actual files. That's also why you've been seeing a lot of interviews come out so quickly with Accomplished A and Connor's channels, because now there's all of this information that's been compiled all together, and it's a massive amount of information. I'll go grab the link over in just a second to Accomplished A's post so that you guys can go over there and you can just grab it all yourself. So there's going to be information in there that we've already seen because it's been redacted and placed out here into the public. There's going to be information in there that somebody else has redacted but for some reason never released, and now we're releasing it, or they're releasing it and we're looking at it, but they only paid a duplication fee for it. There's also going to be information in there, it seems, that people originally paid for and Moscow failed to send them. So this probably isn't going to be the only time probably that we're going to hear that there's been some sort of issue with this. So I know that there's been just a lot of comments and a lot of back and forth and channel people going to other channels to spread whatever the hell's going on. No, it doesn't seem like anybody that's out here in this realm of things is responsible for anything that's happening. It is a miscommunication and a misunderstanding based off of, once again, Moscow PD being incapable of doing their jobs correctly. So with that being said, I'm grateful to Kate for going in and doing the FOIA. It sucks that they didn't get it to her until Monday. But again, ABC and AD had no idea how to even figure out who it was that had that information. No freaking way to be able to track that person down. So when they got this list, they did what they always do with the information that they get from MPD. Throw it on the internet for everybody to look at, because that's the whole point of what we're doing here, try to go through every little thing. So when I was speaking with all of them last night, I said that I would go ahead and address this because this is what I feel is going on. There's no reason for there to be any sort of distraction or any sort of finger pointing at anything other than Moscow. Because again, there's no reason, and I already told Kate, no, you need to go get a refund. Because if you requested that in May and you paid everything, you should have had that by the middle of July, early July, late June. You should not be getting that shit in middle of August. That's crazy. I feel like she needs to go forward with trying to get that situation fixed with MPD, especially since she got sent at the exact same time that the duplicate also got sent out. That's crazy. That's definitely Moscow's fault. So with that being said, there's a lot of information to go over. I'm thankful to anyone who is putting effort, work, time, money, mental energy, emotional energy into figuring out what's happening here. It just sucks when there's something happening that literally no one's really responsible for. We're all just kind of confused. Moscow sucks. That's the answer. Moscow sucks. Moscow sucks. Everyone's working their asses off and Moscow just sucks. And it makes it harder because Moscow sucks. Okay? My God, Moscow sucks. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Tammy Lynn, for the $49.99. Holy shit. Thank you so muchos. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the jewels, Kai. Oh, thank you for being a member for 5 months, Laura. You've been here for so much longer than that, though. Thank you for being in here. And thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Legal Swag. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So, let's get this interview over with. Because I'm honestly kind of tired of giving these people my damn attention. They don't really deserve my energy. Let's be serious. They don't deserve any of our energy. They suck. They don't care. They disrespect Kaylee in every way possible. Blindly, obviously, because nothing is clicking in their brains about what they're freaking actually doing here. And I'm just really tired of wasting my time on these idiots when there's so much actual information that we need to go through. And we know that they're not doing it. They're out here interpreting shit that they're getting from all these weirdos who don't listen or read anything for themselves and only have an opinion based off what people like me say. And that's what they all basically do. I've literally figured it out. None of the guilters read shit, just like the Goncalveses. They watch our channels more than our own people watch our channels, okay, on repeat because they're psychopaths. And then they go and they repeat things incorrectly, like the worst game of telephone ever, to the Goncalveses. And then the Goncalveses take that and go off on it without double checking shit. That seems to be the theme everywhere. It's gross. So this is probably going to be the last one for a while, unless Steve says some really off-the-wall crazy-ass shit, which honestly probably will happen in the next 10 seconds, you know? But we have so much actual evidence to go through, interviews, all this stuff, especially now with that list that ABC and AD are putting out and putting together, and more stuff that Connor's putting out there, and I've got FOIAs that are waiting. Like, there's just stuff, you know, plus PCR stuff. Stuff's happening. Holy shit, stuff's happening. I'm tired of the Goncalveses always getting the spotlight. I love putting them in their place. I love proving them wrong because holy shit, it's needed. Somebody's got to do it. Holy hell. My God. But I'm tired of giving them the attention that they so crave. I'm done feeding their addiction. Let me put it that way. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Oh, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Accomplished day. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. 20 gifted memberships, 20 new members. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you for the $9.99, Layla. Thank you so much for that. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. All right, let's listen to this junk. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm not really wanting to do this. God, I hate them so much. I hate what they are. I don't really want to say that I hate them because I don't know them. You know what I mean? But I hate who they are. I hate what they are. I hate what they portray. I hate their aura. I hate what I see. I hate what I see. I hate this environment that they've created around Kaylee because it's crazy. It's all them. It's what they have to say. It's not the truth. They're not honoring her. They don't care the way she wanted to live. And I just find it gross. I'm glad that Turvey actually said something. I really am so freaking glad that Turvey said something because, I mean, the Chapins aren't any better. She went to CrimeCon first. She's kissing Othram's ass when they didn't do a hot damn thing to do anything in this case. She's interviewing with the people from Twilight and writing books. And I'm just like, why do you not care about what's happening here? You only care about what you can do residually from it. You don't care about the situation itself. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't appreciate that. I don't like that. That's crazy to me. I wonder how Ethan would feel knowing that they just keep him in a basement and they go by twins now and she just lives her life giving props to the people who didn't help do shit. Like, do they even stop to think about that kind of stuff? Probably not. Probably not. All right, you ready? Yeah, that's something on the list of things that I know that I need to look at because it's a super, super big topic, especially since they're trying to say that they never got into Kaylee's phone. But I mean, even the court documents say that up until the plea, the stuff that was placed in the court documents for the exhibits even mention the stuff about Kaylee's phone. So I don't know exactly what the Walla Walla report says or what the other piece that was FOIA says. Unbeknownst to me, I also got drug into that, even though whoever that karmic freaking person is has never tried to approach me, ask me to look at it. I never got a single email from this person. I don't know what the frick my name was brought into it for. My God. You ready? God, I'm so tired of everything. You ready? Let's just get started. Now I'm going to start it here because, again, he talks for like 4 minutes. Saying a lot of freaking nothing. For nothing. And I don't want to hear all of it. So we're starting 4 minutes in.
You just gave me this beautiful card. And I want you, before we even get started, I want you to, and it's picture of your daughter, and it's a legacy of love and, about for her.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also about helping other families, forensics, and a bunch of other things. Why don't you tell us about this first?
So this is her foundation, and it's the Kaylee Goncalves Foundation, doing business as murder has a name. And, it really hit home with us when we were thinking about it. It was a lot of thinking to decide what we wanted to do as a foundation for her. And it was,
That's her problem. I mean, that pretty much tells you right there probably why she's not being spoken to. That's pathetic.
Something that affected us, and that was IgG, forensic IgG in our case. And we found that, it's incredibly, expensive. It's not relatively cheap. And a lot of these cold cases that are sitting on the shelves, it can help for them now. But law enforcement.
Well, that's like cold cases then. So are they helping with cold cases, or are they trying to do like what they did with, what they're claiming happened with this one, which is an active case using IgG? Because that sounds like cold cases.
Agencies are so inundated with stuff going on right now. They don't have time to go back and pull these cases off. And so funding is what is stopping their cases from being answered. So we're paying for that.
So this technology's only been around for 6 or 7 years. So think of every case before that.
I don't know.
You went into CODIS, which is 19 million people.
Longer.
Back then, I don't know what it was. If you don't get a hit, your case goes cold. For the most.
Not no, but fuckity fuck no. No. Ew. I don't want that bad juju over here. Hell to the nah. I'd rather just debunk them from afar. I don't have to speak to them to know they're full of shit. Ew. No. Never. This is why I stay in my house. I work from my house. I don't go out into the people's. Hell nah. No. Ugh.
Well, the world's changed. And thank God our case is an example of how the world's changed. Technology. If you think you can get away with these crimes, I got something for you, man. You're not going to get away with it anymore. The world has changed. Technology's catching up. We're coming for you. We're hunting the killers down. That's what this is about. We're taking technology. We're coming after everyone who thought they got away with it.
See, he already is pissing me the fuck off. Shut up, Steve. See that this I'm an alpha and I'm gonna do all this bullshit attitude with him. I can't stand, because it's the biggest bullshit ever. He's basically the same as, remember that older dude that they did the panel with at CrimeCon, which, by the way, side note, you guys know how Facebook works, right? Like, you don't get people saying like it's a friend suggestion from Facebook unless that person has come and like looked at your profile, right? Tell me why that old ass man keeps showing up in my Facebook suggestions. Better get off my shit, broski. Ugh. He acts like him. This big macho, we're gonna do this and nobody can get away with nothing. What are you talking about? Can't you be normal a little? A little? Is that too much to ask? It's just this fake facade he puts on when we know who he really is in real life. He don't wear the pants to nothing. Kristi does. That's why he did what he did to Samantha. So the fact that he just comes out here with this fake ass attitude when we know the facts of this is still just so disgusting all this time later. Like, it's a facade he definitely has perfected, that's for sure.
Go back and pull these cases off. And so funding is what is stopping their cases from being answered. So we're paying for that.
So this technology's only been around for 6 or 7 years. So think of every case before that. You went into CODIS, which is 19 million people.
Good idea.
Back then, I don't know what it was. If you don't get a hit, your case goes cold, for the most part. Well, the world's changed. And thank God our case is an example of how the world's changed. Technology. If you think you can get away with these crimes, I got something for you, man. You're not going to get away with it anymore. The world has changed. Technology's catching up. We're coming for you. We're hunting the killers now. That's what this is about. We're taking technology. We're coming after everyone who thought they got away with this. And now we're going to put you in your place.
Well, what makes this case unique in this sense is this guy seemed to be studying criminology, how to plan the perfect murder.
Yeah.
And then he leaves this knife.
Because that's what the freaking report, that's what his school paper was called. He titled it, How to Commit the Perfect Murder. People are crazy, bro.
Knife sheath. And the most bizarre thing to me is when I'm watching the Netflix series and they said there was no blood.
I can't believe he said
they
that
discovered
shit.
nothing in his car.
Yeah.
You know, he thought he was clever. He turned off his phone. He drove a whole other way home. But then, of course, we have surveillance camera. Thank God, technology. You see his car go in, 3 or 4 times, and then he goes in about 4 o'clock in the morning. And this is when these murders are committed. Let's talk about what you have figured out about that night. And
let's see if they lie about not seeing the 11-12 cameras until recently, because we know they had them that day. Oh, that's another thing I guess I need to clear up. Connor, and I'll do this in a separate video, I guess. Just real quick, though. Connor has the chain of custody for the 11-12 camera, and people are questioning why it says something about the 18th when we see the SD card being handed to Gunderson in his camera footage. Guys, we went over this. It tells me either people have forgotten or they haven't watched it. That SD card they couldn't do shit with. They couldn't format it. They couldn't get the information off of it. Mowry did not access the 11-12 camera footage. The police department did not access the 11-12 camera footage until 11-19. And when he finally gained access to it, the brother of one of the other girls that lived inside of 11-12, not the owner of the camera, but someone else that was a roommate, her brother was actively remote viewing via login the camera footage when the camera was removed after Mowry was able to log into the system. See, he did all kind of dumb shit. Moving the camera, moving the router, all kind of dumb technical shit to make himself look like he was important when really he's just too stupid to do anything simple. He ended up just logging into username and password that was given to him on his work cell phone, downloading it from there onto another device that he then put it onto a disk and then placed it into evidence. So, yeah, 11-18 is the right date for that because he didn't actually get into it and log into it until the 19th because he was doing all kind of dumb shit. So while it shows the chain of custody for the camera itself, he didn't actually get into the footage till the next day. So Jack Jacor, the Goncalveses, and who knows freaking who else had access via username and login from that girl that entire almost week before Moscow got into it. I'll handle that again separately. Maybe we'll do a live about it, going back over it again, especially now that we do have some more documents that released over the past, I don't know, a couple of months or so since we originally did that information. But in that video, I show you guys the part where she literally hands it to him. It's like right at the very top of the screen by the time. And then we went through all the documents that we have and all the reports that Mowry put together to show they didn't touch that shit for like a week because they couldn't. He was too dumb to just log in and do it normally. So that's out there, and I'm glad it's out there, but it's just for the camera. I want to FOIA the information for the SD card because I am fully under the understanding now at this point that the 11-12 footage that we paid for is coming from 2 different item numbers. So it's like I have to go in and re-dissect everything. Also, while knowing there's still information about that camera that we don't have, and no, Chief Dollinger still has never responded. So eventually, I'm going to have to just call up there and maybe put him on the spot. I mean, I don't know any other way to do that. And I've really tried to, like, not be that way, but I don't really have a choice because it's been forever, and he doesn't know how to respond to emails. And it's getting out of hand, especially for how much money was spent. So that's something else we're going to have to go over. Thank you for the jewels, you guys, and welcome, Perfect Harmony. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
About this guy, I mean, one of the most heart-wrenching things is I know your story, and I've read it inside and out, watched this series, is you don't know what motivated this guy. Why these girls? Why this house? Why these 4 kids? There was other people in the house. He came eyeball to eyeball with another girl in the house, didn't kill her. It's mind-numbing to me, Steve.
I think he's seen something so beautiful in that house with that camaraderie, the way that they gravitated and they had like friends, all these parties. That was like the place to be. They called it the Queens on the King Road.
Queens on King.
Queens on King, you know, like
queens on king. I've never heard 1122 being called kings on queen. I mean, queens on king. I've heard the King Road girls that Kaylee was a friend group with, King Street girls, King girls, stuff like that. I've never, ever heard it be called queens on king. And look how she was just like, queens on king. That's never been a thing ever. What? That would have been out years ago, in all of the social media. No, it wasn't.
In that house with
Crazy.
that camaraderie, the way that they gravitated and they had friends, all these parties, that was the place to be. They called it the Queens on the King Road.
Queens on King.
Queens on King, that was opposite of what was inside of him, this dark evilness, this cold thing that he couldn't relate to society. And he just wanted to be vengeful, to find that one group of people that had everything he didn't have. And he just did that loop over and over and just pumped himself up. And that's, if I was the prosecutor, that's where my thoughts would have been.
But you never got to any of those.
It's not about your thoughts. It's about your facts. And it's so funny how he sits there and he goes back and forth between, it was somebody else in the house that he was targeting. If one of the other parents' kids was responsible for something or did something, or one of the other people's daughters were responsible for something, blah, 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 blah. But then when the spotlight fits him, it's, he was jealous of Kaylee and Maddie, while he's driving her Range Rover around. And then he switches back. I don't know. They were looking at something with Maddie and Xana. I don't know what that's all about. He always insinuates some other bullshit and it goes back and forth, depending on what narrative he wants to go with that day. It literally all depends on what day of the week it is. It's not about your thoughts. It's about what you can factually prove. Or what the other person says it would be. But it's not about your thoughts. As a prosecutor, no, it's not. It's not how that works.
Answers.
No, because he chose his will over the victim's will.
Yeah.
He thought, I don't need to have these answers. I mean, if it was his child, he would have needed to have those answers, but it's not his child. So he's like, I don't need the answers.
He told us it.
But it's y'all's child, and y'all keep acting like people that are reading documents, FOIA-ing information, which again, you're welcome. We've given the Goncalveses more discovery than the state ever dreamed of. Remember, the state only handed them a USB with 20 pages on it. When we file a FOIA and pay for it, guess who else gets it? The family. Where do y'all think I got the Walmart footage from? Kara. Where do you think I got the DoorDash information from? Kara. Because somebody else FOIA'd it and the families get the information. And she trusted me, so she sent it to me. That's why I was waiting to see whose it was. The families have gotten the discovery that we have given them as a community. That huge ass list that ABC just got, all of that just got sent to the families. All of it. Are they going to look at it? No, not the Goncalveses. I don't know what the other people do. I have no idea. But we know the Goncalveses aren't going to look at it. But they've gotten it. We, the people that they bitch and complain about all the time, are the ones responsible for them having actual discovery in their child's case. But we're the bad guys.
It doesn't matter. And we were like, it does matter. He said, is it, it's not going to change anything.
Yeah, talk about wanting
we're
to
like,
grab
well,
a prosecutor.
it does. It does. We want to know.
They didn't have to do a plea deal. You never have to do a plea deal.
No.
And you were not happy particularly at the time. Neither one of you, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
We were infuriated.
Yeah.
We were losing our mind.
There's concessions that they can do and say, yes, we'll give you a plea, but you're going to say what that second weapon is, because we've never told the general public what those wounds look like and what that is. If your weapon matches that and the experts agree with it, we're good.
Yeah.
Yes.
And is he going to mention the fact that Bryan wanted an Alford plea where he kept his stance of innocence and he rallied around that to make sure that didn't happen? Is Steve going to mention that in this interview?
So
that's what a professional does.
There was a second weapon that was used only on Kaylee, And even the FBI, who specializes in, being able to identify wound patterns and whatnot, have not been able to identify that. So, if he were to say this or that, there would be somebody probably be able to confirm.
Now, mind you, there's multiple weapons, it seems, in the entire scenario. Okay. Single-edged, double-edged like a dagger. Then we have things that they're saying was used for blunt force trauma for Kaylee. The experts have already stated that whatever was used would not have been the back end of the handle of a K-bar knife. That's already been established. The experts for the defense has come in the documents that were released right before the plea and said it's another weapon. They are not going to say, oh, it's another weapon, but it's actually the butt end of the freaking K-bar. It's the same weapon, it's the opposite side, and they could determine that. Well, they're saying that that's not it. I don't know how they're determining that. We never got to that part. What made them actually determine, oh, well, no, there's no way it could be the back end of a handle. It's got to be something else. Hopefully we get that information soon. I don't remember ever seeing where it stated any of that. But we also have what seems to be triangular and almost like an ice pick type little circular wounds on Xana. And I believe Maddie maybe had that too. Don't quote me on that part. I feel like Maddie did too. Don't quote me. For sure, Xana. So there's multiple weapons here. There's what they're claiming to be a large blade that's single-edged. There's a double-edged weapon. There's a blunt force weapon. And then there's something sort of like an ice pick, but also something that also left small triangular spots. Now, that could be the tip of a blade. Small little triangular things. But the other ones are circular, like a pick. Like I showed you guys the brush I use for my hair dye, how it has the end of the brush for you to like separate your hair, and it's a thin, like an ice pick. That's what it's like too. So there's multiple weapons here. I mean, you look at the autopsy of just Ethan's legs, and there's like 3 different descriptions practically of weapons just on Ethan's legs. So yeah, there seems to be multiple weapons used here. The fact that they keep pretending like there's no other options for answers is crazy. And we know the reason why they're doing it. I bet you anything, if there was no lawsuit against WSU, then this would be a bit different, because they didn't start telling people that they didn't want all of these things out there and start acting like, oh, things need to be shut down and, oh, the case is over. Let's just focus on the victims, blah, blah, blah. They didn't do any of that till that lawsuit was filed. Up until then, they were still bitching about the case, bitching about the lack of transparency, bitching about the lack of honesty. That lawsuit changed everything for how they behaved. $100 million shut them up real quick. It's gross. I hope that gets nipped in the bud so that we can go on with trial.
When they're making this plea deal and you're talking to the prosecutors, what are you telling them?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. What do you mean?
Hey, listen.
It was too late. By the time we got the email, the deal had already been sent over.
No, that's not true either. You guys know that that's not true. We've gone over this. Kara messaged me Thursday and said they want us to meet on tomorrow at noon. Well, that tomorrow at noon is when the families were told that there was one being discussed. And what would they feel about it? Because it was being talked about. Now, the email that they are referencing here didn't happen until Sunday. So Thursday, they were told, hey, we need to meet. Friday, they had a Zoom meeting at around noon where everyone that was in that Zoom meeting was told what was happening and what the negotiations were looking like and what the situation was. And then Sunday is when they finalized the agreement and emailed the families. So no, there was a few days there where they were having discussions about what was happening. So for them to keep acting like, oh, it was a big shock surprise and we didn't know shit until he signed a paper, that's a freaking lie.
It had already been sent over. And they said we can meet with, and it happened on a Sunday. It happened on a Sunday.
See?
And we got
no. Y'all were told on Friday this was probably going to happen, and everything got finalized on a Sunday. You did not just get an email on Sunday And that's how you found out about the entire thing starting. How can you sit there and say, oh, he wanted an Alford plea, but we rallied around that, but then say, oh my God, we didn't know until the paperwork was signed. Which one was it? Exactly my point. So full of shit.
Email around 5 p.m. that they had made the offer.
So they probably knew where you'd come down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
So Sean, what you described, you never recover from something like this. As a parent, you can't go to the store and buy another Kaylee J. You just can't. So you never recover. You can try to pretend. You can put a happy face on. You can be motivated. You can start an organization. I'm probably a lot like you. You piss me off and I'm going to come for you, and I'm going to come for you in a way that you've never seen. I'm going to be the worst victim in the history of being victims. So that was our motivation, but you don't recover from this. And when you have a prosecutor saying, I don't have the fight that you have, and I just want this over. I remember going.
Bill Thompson never said that to you, Steve. Find it. Prove it. Show it to me. He never said that to you. This man is crazy.
After him and
like, this is like I don't even give a fuck at this point, okay? The psychosis in this man's mind, the way he just makes up shit. Tell me it's not like the freaking weirdo from last night's hotel interview. How she's just making shit up to fit whatever narrative is going to get her attention. Is that not what Steve does? He makes up shit on the fly like this all the time. Crazy ass man. Crazy ass man.
You never recover. You can try to pretend. You can put a happy face on. You can be motivated. You can start an organization. I'm probably a lot like you. You piss me off and I'm going to come for you, and I'm going to come for you in a way that you've never seen. I'm going to be the worst victim in the history of being victims. So that was our motivation, statement. But you don't recover from this. And when you have a prosecutor saying, I don't have the fight that you have, and I just want this over. I remember going after him and saying, I will work my tail off to tell the world how you sold me out.
And by the
how you sold me out? Okay.
By the way, I really applaud you, because I think every time you do a show, a podcast, and you've been on my show and other shows on Fox and other networks, every time you're now reliving it, just to maybe put emphasis on what it means if you lose a child, which I think is the hardest thing for any parent to go through. What is every day like? Here's what I imagine. Tell me if I'm wrong. Your eyes open up, and maybe you had a good night's sleep. Maybe you didn't. I don't sleep a lot. But if you had a good night's sleep, how long is it before, boom, the first thought comes in your head?
It is the first thought every single morning when I wake up.
See, this is also like a thing that I freaking hate about mainstream media. What the fuck kind of question is that? It's just like Nancy Grace. Tell me, when you wake up, how strong is the agony in your heart for your child, for that lovely piece of sunshine that you lost in your life? Do you think they're not going to be upset on a daily basis that their child is dead? What kind of questioning is? I hate when they do this shit. Why do they have to bring out this like emotional trigger? For what? Like we get it. Why do you have to ask those kinds of questions? I hate it. I hate it with a passion. My God, I hate it.
The first thing every single morning. And I often ask myself, is this going to be forever? Will this eventually end? Will it not be the first thing that I think about when I open my eyes?
Probably not. It'll be there forever.
But at this point, I've learned that it's just the new way of life. And at this point, I guess I don't want to have the thought Kaylee's gone, Kaylee's dead, but a better thought like, Kaylee, I just thought of Kaylee, not what happened to Kaylee. You know, I hope.
Eventually that's where, I mean, that it never goes away from what I'm understanding from people, because there's people in here in this chat right now that have lost children. Adult children, middle-aged children, young babies, toddlers, all ages of their children, okay? And they have no respect for the way that the Goncalveses are behaving themselves. And that's coming from parents who have lost children. So when I have this opinion, even though I haven't lost a kid, we've gone through some drama, right? Like we've had horrible scares and things happen to us and our lives have been freaking crazy, but I haven't lost a kid. But my opinion is not one coming from nothing. It's coming from observation of what is acceptable regardless. A grieving parent is not allowed to just come out here and lie. A grieving parent doesn't just get a freaking pass for coming out here and being an habitual, addictive liar. That's not okay. Especially when there's more than just their child involved in the situation, and they themselves come out here and speak for Maddie. They've come out here and tainted whatever the hell was actually going on with Ethan and Xana with the body behind the door bullshit that they pulled. There's too much here to look past. So while, yes, that is the sentiment that I have been getting from these other parents that have lost their children, that while it never goes away, it does get to the point to where you do have a smile on your face when you think about certain things instead of tears. But that's, again, why these questions to me are stupid, because duh, she wakes up every freaking morning and thinks about the fact her daughter's dead. Would you not? We should be figuring out different ways to ask these questions, because it's really just old. And I don't like it, so do it for me.
That thought changes, but it's every morning. Kaylee's not here.
Steve, same for you.
I'll add to what she's saying. First and foremost, before she goes to bed, she's praying that Kaylee comes and visits her. She wants to have a conversation. She wants to talk to her. She wants to tell her she loves you. She wants to say everything that we can't say. So yeah, you start like that. And then if you don't have that dream, you wake up disappointed that you didn't have a dream about your baby and had that conversation, and then you just try to fake it through it. For me, you go to work at a hospital, there's people living and dying, and you got to bring your A game.
Y'all already know what I'm about to say. You just mentioned the hospital. You already know what the fuck I'm about to say. You mean the hospital that you were on call for? That you couldn't leave and be more than 25 miles away from? The excuse that you use for not going down there and checking on your child that day? That hospital? Uh-huh.
You can't break anything. If you make a mistake because your mind's somewhere else, it's really going to hurt people. So you just got to focus and just get through the day. And then I start thinking to myself, I got time and energy, and I got to be focused to get this guy off the streets and make sure another family.
You know how guys with small PPs get big trucks? Same energy. Compensation. They're compensating for their lack of. It's not going to change anything. But that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing.
Doesn't ever have to deal with a guy like this again.
I mean, that's the amazing part about you, both of you, to me, that you do that. Now, you have 5 kids, right? Including Kaylee. And one in particular got really...
No, they have 6 children. Steve has 6 children, Sean. See, most people don't know, which is so sad. And I know the majority of you, but I know there's some of you in here that don't know this. I'm expecting to see some people in the chat say like, oh my God, I did not know that. Steve has an older daughter named Samantha Nelson, who he had before he had any of the other children with Kristi. And Samantha's mother and Samantha have both come out and spoken and given their story because they've known about them, obviously, all of Samantha's life. And there's been people that have come out and have done not done interviews, but that have spoken with Samantha. I've spoken with Samantha. It's been a while, but I've spoken with Samantha. People that have spoken with Samantha's mom and gotten, some information from them. Samantha is Steve's oldest child. She looks just like Kaylee, just like Olivia. Steve is a piece of shit and the darkest soul I've probably seen in a long time, but he makes beautiful children. Samantha is no different. My God, Samantha is effing gorgeous, okay? Freaking gorgeous. And since the beginning of everything, they have never claimed her because Kristi did not want Sam around. Steve made a choice. New wifey, kid he didn't really want with a lady he didn't really want to be with. Basically, Gypsy Rose's father's decisions. Okay? If you know, you know. All of this shit that Kristi talks on Facebook when she's threatening people and saying all kind of crazy shit, that's who she is. We know that because we've read conversations between Kristi and Olivia and Samantha, and we know who these people really are. That's another reason why we have the stance we have here. We're not blind to truth. Steve has 6 children and a grandchild he has nothing to do with because Samantha is a mother to a little girl. But Maddie is like a daughter to them. And Steve has a real fucking daughter that he does nothing with, that has alcohol and drug issues that she's very open about, that can't even grieve a family that she's never gotten the chance to actually be around, while being completely dismissed of existence, while she sees her father telling the entire world she doesn't exist. Sean don't know that though, does he? Sean doesn't know a lot.
Active as well as both of you, but not all of them.
Yes.
So I kind of understand it for the other ones that it's too hard.
Yes.
They lost their beloved sister.
Yeah.
How about the one that is involved?
She's the oldest.
She's Olivia?
No, she's not. Samantha is the oldest.
Olivia.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's the mama.
She's the oldest, and
Samantha's a mama too. Does that matter to you, Steve? Does it matter to you that just like Joe Biden, you don't have nothing to do with your grandkid? Because that's a big problem to me. You know, anybody who just doesn't give a shit about their kid or their grandkid and knows that they exist and don't give a damn, that's a problem. It's a problem.
And
good for her.
Yeah, she just Kaylee
like
was her
mom and
best
dad.
friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kaylee was her best friend, and Maddie as well. She loved Maddie.
There's so many people that don't know. And all Steve does is throw Bible verses at Samantha anytime she has an emotion about anything. We've read them. She's very open about it. She posts stuff about it on TikTok. I mean, it's been a while since I've gone. Or even if she's posted anything, she basically just got to a point where she's just like, fuck it, I give up. She's gone through hell. Before Kaylee. After Kaylee. She's gone through it. You would think losing your child to a horrific situation, or just in general, would make you want to try to fix the relationship with the child that you've thrown in the trash for the past 30 years. Don't you think a normal person would be like, I got to fix that shit. I just lost the child I actually raised. What the hell have I been doing to my other one? Holy shit. Nah. Opposite. She's not allowed to have feelings. She's not allowed to grieve the fact that she never really got to have a real relationship with Kaylee. They've had conversations. I have messages between Kaylee and Sam of her gushing over Jack when she first met him and started liking him and started falling in love with him. Little puppy dog love bullshit. I've read all of that. Cute shit between sisters. Kaylee also saying that she was worried that Kristi would find out she was talking to Samantha and be in trouble. Because that's who Kristi is. I can't stand these people, bro. Fiercely
and with everything in her. And
they were in the same room that night, just so people that maybe forgot the details.
Yes, they were in Maddie's room. And it just it's affected all of our children. Olivia has been able to talk about it and to speak about it. Our youngest actually just spoke for the first time a couple days ago. She finally said she wanted to speak, so she spoke on the Today Show with us.
Wow.
But
how'd that go?
Yeah, it went good, and then she spoke lengthily on Jesse Weber. He gave her a little bit more time. She was wondering if she could have a little bit more time, and he was just like, "Let's go." And gave her the platform, and it was really nice because she really said what she wanted to say. But she was 16 when this happened, and I think that they were just all just so shell shocked. And Olivia already had kids, so she was a little bit older, and she was just like, "Oh no," and "Oh no," like no, like Kaylee and Maddie both, and even if it was just Kaylee, and even if it was just Maddie, she would have been the same way. But she was like, "No, I'm doing everything that I can." And people sometimes, a lot of people look at it as that we're just like seeking attention.
You are.
We just can't get out of the camera. Get enough camera, and it's like
if you were out here speaking on facts and not lying about everything every time you open your mouth, we wouldn't care. Let's be serious. We don't care if you're out here doing it right. There are plenty of parents that are out here being vocal, never shutting up in front of a camera constantly for their kid, and they're not lying, and they're not being chastised for doing all of the camera stuff because they're not liars. People say that to you because you can't stop lying. Learn to be honest. Maybe all that would go away, Kristi.
Would much rather I would do anything to not be ever on any show, any Netflix documentary, on any 48 hours, and have Kaylee back.
But you didn't have to do any of that stuff regardless. You didn't have to go on Netflix. Y'all have done nothing but complain about this kind of stuff. Oh, it's not Hollywood. Stop Hollywoodizing everything. Oh, this isn't a movie. But you've got the Netflix cameraman sitting in your passenger seat with your wife behind you in the back seat on the way to the courthouse. I'm sorry. It's the hypocrisy. How do they not see? How do they not see? I don't understand.
And we don't do it for exposure of us. We're here to talk about Kaylee. We're here to talk about what happened. We're here to talk about, our foundation that wants to help people, get answers to what happened to their children, or their mother or their father, who have gone years with no answers. We went 7 weeks, and it was pure torture. It was agony.
So it does sound more like it's cold cases.
It was like living in, like what I would imagine.
Cold cases need attention. I just don't trust the in-between,
Hell, being like just bad, just nothing good. Just every emotion there is to feel, but anything positive. There was no good. There was no happy. There was no, it was just terror, fear, sadness, anger. You didn't know who did this. You had, we had 2 other daughters that were in high school still. We didn't know if we should send them to school. They were saying it was targeted. We didn't know if it was our family, if it was our daughters. 7 weeks. And it was, I just can't, it's so hard for me to imagine these families that have gone any longer than that at all. And, there's families that have gone years. And if we could help pay for that with our foundation and with the labs that we have partnered with, and they could help them, and with the law enforcement, I think paying for it is just a small thing, that our foundation can do to get these people that phone call that we got that night, and from our attorney, and said they've made an arrest. And that changed everything.
So, Sean, I'll tell you from a father, because that's how we relate. We're men of a certain character. When you own your family, you own your security. And when somebody, the 7 weeks.
I'm sorry? You own your family? That's a weird way to say some shit, Steve. You own your family. The helly.
And that changed everything.
So, Sean, I'll tell you from a father, because that's how we relate. We're men of a certain character. When you own your family, you own your security. And when somebody, the 7 weeks, I couldn't keep my family secure. They would tell me, what if he's under our car? What if he's in the back alley? I have 8 acres, so I have privacy. They're like, Dad, he could be anywhere in the woods. He can, and I just put guns all through my house and said, we will not live like this.
Oh, thank you for the $2 ABCs per Amber. All FOIA 1112 footage is item number 771. Interesting. I'm going to have to go into the reports and see if they list it. See, I don't believe her. Not you, her, Amber. I don't believe Amber, because they had to go and find some of this footage in a completely different folder. That's why I'm like, okay, then it has to be like 2 different item numbers, because why were they not stored together? You know what I mean? But I'm glad. So I'm guessing that's on y'all's list. Is it on y'all's list? I'll check that. That's interesting. Okay. Well, I'm glad that she said that, but I feel like they definitely have 2 separate thingies on it, because it was in 2 separate folders, which was already wild to hell enough that it was in 2 separate folders. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Sharon and Freza. Thank you so much. 5 more gifted memberships. Thank you for being a member, Amanda. Yeah, the stuff with Samantha pisses me off. That's really where I started questioning everything when it comes to Steve. Once I learned about Samantha, his alpha facade completely fell for me. And I started questioning everything because I knew how well they could lie. That was how I was able to gauge just how well they can lie. It was very disturbing. I didn't. We really supported Steve over here when all of this first started, because I love a go-getter. I love someone who's going to try to take control of something. That's how I am. So this was it was shocking, honestly, to find out about Samantha, because it definitely lowered him massively, especially when it comes to what we could trust coming out of his mouth. Her too, especially knowing the situation. It showed you their character. It showed you their character. Thanks for the $1.99, Jesse. Check out Christ Church in Moscow. Yeah, the Christ Church is the part of the Stickergate situation. It's related to the Christ Church thing. That's another thing I want to have time to go over, hopefully by Sunday, I feel. Look, but also let me tell you something about Sunday. I don't give a damn. I do not care if the world is burning around me. The San Andreas fault has cracked the entire damn earth open. Okay, I do not care. We are binging out on some trash-ass jail phone calls between Gypsy Rose and all her disgusting little deviants on Sunday. Okay? Okay? It's happening. I have to discuss this with someone. The shit cannot just live rent-free in my head alone. We are going to do this. Regardless of what else is going on. We need the break. Okay? I just want to put that out there. I'm just putting that out there now. It's happening. But that right there, the Stickergate stuff, yeah, we're going to have to go over that very soon here. With Bryan's attorney being part of that case that happened, going against Moscow, I believe on the federal level when it got to that situation, we definitely need to go over it. We definitely have to go through Stickergate.
We will not live in fear. I hated that a man could do that to my family, that could put us in a situation where we were living in fear. And I wasn't living in fear, but I couldn't install that in everyone. So I'm waking up early, going outside, making sure that our security lights are working, our cameras are on, we're doing all these things. But that's what it's like to go through it and to know that some families never get it. They never get they never figure out who he is. Like, how would I have done that for every day for the rest of my life? I'm going out there trying to secure us, trying to make sure that the boogeyman's not out there. Yeah. So if I can help another family get away from that, then that gives me motivation to keep going in Kaylee's name, in Maddie's name. Let's do it.
I mean, it sucks. But when my ex isn't in jail, that's how me and my kids live. Constantly looking over our shoulders, making sure all of the bolts are bolted and all of the windows are locked and all of the systems are on and all the cameras are good every day. It's stressful. I don't wish it on anyone. It's hell. I love when I get the notification that he effed up again and he's locked up somewhere, because I can finally breathe. Love it. I don't care how it sounds. I don't really give 2 shits. So I get what he's saying. It sucks to constantly always have to be looking over your shoulder and not knowing if the bad guy's out there or not. I get that. I just wish that I could trust their motivations for this foundation, and I don't, not with everything that we know about their past. And I just feel like this is just them going through like a script, conversations, just to talk, you know? Because he does a lot of this with no substance. And then instead of taking time and learning facts about his daughter's case, he just lies about a bunch of shit. So if you're a liar, if you're a known liar, then how am I supposed to trust your intentions with this corporation or whatever the hell you're trying to put together here for all of this stuff to help these other families? What are you actually getting out of this? Because I don't trust you. I feel like there's something else. That's the real reason for why they're doing all of this.
Make it happen.
Let me go back to the both of you consistently wanted the death penalty, which, by the way, I agree with both of you adamantly. I think this guy deserved the death penalty. And I don't know why they made a plea deal and then didn't tell you until after the deal was done. You should have been consulted. The other family should have been consulted. Now, they're not as outspoken as you, but they, what you told me before we came on the air, they do encourage you to keep these names alive and justice. What was their explanation to you why they did not consult with you?
It's worse than that, because we've now found out that they consulted with the murderers, the mass murderers.
See, no shit. They talked to his family. And Taylor, see, while he's doing all this, what he doesn't know is that while he's bitching and complaining, oh, the murderer's family. Yeah, they were threatening the shit out of Kohberger with his family. They were scaring the shit out of his elderly parents and his father with heart problems. That's what the plane tickets were all about, Steve. That's what, oh yeah, they were talking to the family. That's what they were doing. You jealous of that? Do you want to be threatened too? Do you want to have all these threats and all this coercion going on with you too? Are you jealous, Steve? Does he even know that information is out at this point? Probably. But this was a few days before the Turvey thing happened. But he's been doing all of this and doing all of this and running his mouth for what? Just for us to find out it's because they were threatening him and using his parents as ammunition. And Taylor was, not the freaking state. He's talking like it's the state. No, it was Ann Taylor. And remember, Steve's been praising the shit out of her lately, which is also weird. But the past like 2 interviews, oh, Ann Taylor did a great job. She was doing everything she was supposed to do. They are so freaking flip-floppy. It's gross.
You should have been consulted. The other family should have been consulted. Now, they're not as outspoken as you, but they, what you told me before we came on the air, they do encourage you to keep these names alive and justice. What was their explanation to you why they did not consult with you?
It's worse than that, because we've now found out that they consulted with the murderers, the mass murderers family, before they consulted with us. That's how upside down our system is. And they encourage this.
Yeah, you know, threatening people is pretty upside down and not okay, Steve. I do agree. But y'all really, I really hope the next time they do all of this stuff, that this story's changed and they put the facts out there about this and actually say, oh, no, Ann Taylor actually brought his elderly parents in with medical conditions to threaten him with. Instead of acting like you got left out of a party, crying in a corner. This whole thing has always been so weird, the way they act like this.
His PCR, his post-conviction relief, it states that these conversations, the plea deal conversations, were made with himself and his family. So he's using his family as witnesses to basically say that he was coerced by his...
Threatened. And Brent Turvey seems to be saying Ann Taylor admitted it to him. That when she said that to him, he got up and walked out the room. That's what he said in that interview we went over yesterday.
Attorney.
They played into
Forced into that.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, are you glad? Because this hopefully opens the door to a possible death penalty.
Yes, in that sense. I wish it would have already happened, because we were already in those shoes. We were already in that state of mind.
Now you're
we were ready to
opening
go.
up all the old wounds, the whole thing.
So,
opened up.
You know, part of me is like, oh my gosh. I mean, we had a house rented for 3 months, and, you know, we lost out a lot of money on renting that house that they did not return to us. when that got canceled on the last minute. But we were relocating for 3 months. I mean, but Boise is 6 hours away from us. We were taking our animals. My sister and my son, they were both going to quit their jobs.
Wow.
You know, because they couldn't get that much time off. Steve was actually able to arrange that with his work.
This is
He can arrange that, but he couldn't leave to go to Moscow while his daughter's house was on the freaking news, covered in cop cars, and their family was getting bombarded with calls from neighbors, fellow college students, friends of theirs, family members directly of Kristi's calling them first. He couldn't leave because he was on call, apparently. You know, he was either in the emergency room or urgent care with some shit going on with his face, or he was on call. I don't know which one's even true anymore. We just got the on-call story from Steve a few weeks ago, and Kristi told us the bullshit about the urgent care like 2 years ago. So who knows? Maybe it was both. Who freaking knows? Who freaking knows? So the same job that could work with you on this, you couldn't have called your boss that day and been like, my freaking kid might be dead. We're getting all kinds of freaking notifications and we're freaking out and we're leaving and you're going to have to move this on to the secondary, because that's what on-call is. There's always a secondary. Always. The same job that you're acting like you couldn't leave that day for. Glad to know they're so accommodating, Steve. Glad to know it.
life and death.
Yeah, I mean,
if you
our
can't
family
show
is
up
serious.
for life and death, I don't know what to do. You know, I'm just built that way.
And the Laramie family, Karen always says, please, you know, talk about, you know, Maddie and this and that. She tells, you know, she's
Maddie
like,
was her closest, was Kaylee's closest friend.
yes, Maddie and
they're
Kaylee were
best
best friends. Yes. Since they were very young, and Karen is
They
Maddie's
look like
mom.
sisters in a lot.
I know. It's so weird.
Yeah.
I never thought it, you know, they're together. They look like complete opposites, but then you see pictures and you're like, wow, why do they look so much? And the more the time goes by, I feel like they look more and more like it's just.
Well, they shopped together. They had coffees together. They did everything.
They did everything together.
Hey, you know, since 1879, there are people
I don't care
that
about your ads. Okay.
when I watched the documentary and the police that, you know, there was the cop with the dark hair in particular was there from the get-go. He said, he basically admitted it. This has changed his life forever.
Yes.
That it is so deeply.
Dollinger never walked into the house. At least not that I can tell from any of the police records that I've seen. He stood outside and then he went down to the police station because Jeff Kernodle approached him on scene. And then he went down there to meet them and bring them in. And then the Chapin showed up and he's at the police department. So, Mr. I can't respond to emails. Yeah, I'm sure he was affected by the chaos. But as far as I'm understanding, he never walked into that house to see anything. He also wasn't like a lead investigator or anything like that. Wasn't there during the autopsies, from what I'm understanding, right? Stressful, but it's also your job. So if you didn't walk into that house, you can't really say that, can you? If you didn't actually see the carnage and you're just working off a typed in report, can you say that? Probably not.
Impacted and affected him, that he's never going to be the same.
Yes.
I sensed he was sincere.
I do too.
And that he wanted to get to the bottom of this. You know, they saw these footprints in the back, and at one point it was 13 and a half shoe, and they thought that was the clue. It turns out it had nothing to do with it at all.
Yeah.
But I sensed a real sincerity in him. But you were critical of investigators too in this process.
So really quick, that is Anthony Dollinger. And Anthony Dollinger's name, I don't even remember hearing Anthony Dollinger's name throughout any of this. He came, I heard his name even after the sentencing, and I thought he was somebody new to the field.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, he's always been the chief of police. I thought the chief of
He was there day one, though. I don't want to discard him, but he was not the lead.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to discard him or anything. I just, I had never met him or spoke to him.
That's interesting. No, he was there on day one, but he stayed in the street and then he left to go down and interview people. He's also the one who gave the go-ahead for Jack Decor to get Murphy. So the fact that she doesn't know his name and Jack literally talked to him and asked him twice, and then he gave the go-ahead for somebody to meet Jack at the shelter. That's interesting. But no, Chief Fry was the chief at the time that this happened. I don't know exactly when Dollinger got promoted to chief, but I don't see how the hell he's even capable of that job from what we've seen. But what she just said is pretty interesting.
So, yeah, I know he had been there since day one. But
what you're saying matters, though, because it's not. I don't want to rip on a bigger city, but in our small community, we take this stuff very personal. If you hurt our children, especially when they're going to college and they're just in their own home, we all relate to that. I'm just going to bed at night, and that's when I get attacked. So yeah, I think the whole state of Idaho, I've tried to hope and encourage that we put our foot down and we don't make this the new normal, that we make this over the top to where the society's like, why is this family still going? Why are they still here? Well, it's because life and death. And this is something we can control, and we don't want this to become our new normal.
I think all the police officers were very, I just had never met.
You cannot control a murdery mind from being murdery. So no, you cannot. And this community shit he keeps talking about is also weird. I don't like it. He's not a part of that community. He didn't live in Moscow. He lived elsewhere. What happened didn't happen in that community. It affected people everywhere because nobody lived in the same place. Does he market his daughter as a great citizen to the United States in this one too? Because that shit's really freaking weird. I'm waiting for it. He says it every now and then.
Yeah, but yes, he was there, and I see that in the.
They took weeks off.
But I did not know that he even existed until later. So, but
that is interesting.
I do feel that Anthony Dollinger.
None of those officers are ready for that. These are campus cops for the most. A lot of them are.
Oh my God!
Which means
the FBI was on scene first day. Stop giving Moscow. Oh my God! They're just this little podunk town. No one gives a hot damn because literally the Idaho State Police and the FBI were in on the first 24 hours. You cannot use that excuse when they were given the resources of the entire country. I'm so sick of it. Why do we keep pretending? Why do we keep pretending?
Campus cop is you go in, your office is in the university.
They know these kids too.
Yeah,
The office was not in the university. There's an entire Moscow police department, you idiot. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh my God. Oh my God.
see these kids. That's their lives.
They had been there many times saying, you guys need to quiet down. I mean,
don't drink this weekend. Don't be idiot. Don't make me be the one to pull you over. We're out there. We're looking. You're trying to keep your community safe. You're not thinking about like this.
Right.
I was deeply affected though by the documentary watching Dollinger. It did. He really struck. It really hurt my heart to see that he was so deeply affected by it.
Again, he never walked in the house and saw shit. And he never should have let Jack take frickin' Murphy. He should have not said a frickin' thing and let ISP go to the animal shelter and comb the dog out and check on him first. I think it's just something else she's grabbing onto to talk about, because no, if you didn't even hear about him before, how close was he into the investigation? How affected could he really be if y'all of all people have never heard of him before? No, he's affected for the camera because it looks good. Be so serious.
It did. I actually said something to somebody about it. I think Olivia, and I said, he really was affected. Like, I felt like he almost teared up at times.
Sure.
And I think, those officers had to go in there and see what they had to see. And, we heard very early on that they lost many of their officers, like early on, like, I can't come to work today, and we were like, what do you mean?
No. Who lied to you? Who lied to you? What? No one left, as far as I understand. There were some people that retired because it was retirement time, and a cadet that didn't pass training. What are you talking about? Nobody quit because of the scene or walking in or anything like that that I know of. Do we know of anybody that, as far as I know, they all still work there except for Payne? Like, the retired people are retired, but Payne is now on his bullshit. Y'all know the story with Payne, all the fake bullshit with Payne. What is she talking about? She acts like there was a max exodus of police officers. No. What are you talking about?
No, we heard very early on that they lost many of their officers. Like,
no, they didn't.
Early on, like, I can't come to work today, you know? And we were like,
no.
What do you mean they're down 5 officers or whatever, you know? Like,
what?
Some aren't coming to work. And then to see a grown man like that, a very strong, you know, police chief, you know, kind of get teary-eyed and say, you know, that he basically is, you know, needs to.
But he didn't. He actually ran for sheriff and failed. He ran for sheriff and failed for Latell County. So now he works for a police department somewhere in Washington. That's where Fry's at.
Therapy.
He did say that in the documentary.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
I don't.
That's because they're all like told they have to do at least like one mandatory just to check on them. People didn't just quit. Where is she getting this shit?
I don't know. I mean, you know, I know with servicemen and women, PTSD is very real. I'm friends with a lot of people. It's real. That's not manufactured.
For Noons, for Warner, for the people that were in there, especially for Noons being like the first one and then Warner, I would understand that. I can't even imagine, especially with how young Noons is. My God, I can't even imagine what they see when they close their eyes. Anyone who saw that scene, regardless, I can't imagine the images that flash in their minds. I don't want to. So for them, yeah. But not no idiot who never even walked into the parking lot. Like, do we even have footage of him being by the front door? I don't think so. Everything I've seen of Dollinger, he is in the street. And then he talks to Jeff and he leaves and goes back to the police department. Tells Jack he can go get the dog. Calls Lanier and tells him to send Rosendahl. Okay.
Actually,
yeah, no.
And there's certain things that are so horrible and evil and traumatic. I think I read people pretty well, and I read him, and I'm like, this guy.
Yeah.
Part of my friend, he gave a shit.
Yes.
He cared. It affected him deeply.
Yes.
And he should get help. And he should be encouraged, and people should look at that as a sign of strength. And I think that's what we're trying to say.
Yeah.
A sign of strength to over-exaggerate your place? Go find me reports with Dollinger's name on it. You'll find maybe 2. All mentioning the shit I just said to you. He didn't do shit else. Paper jockey. Somehow became the chief. He didn't do shit. That's crazy.
And, you know, people always ask us if we went down and if we saw Kaylee. And we didn't. First of all, I don't think people understand like the kind of shock that you go into. Like, you go into shock instantly.
So now she's going to make some more bullshit ass excuses for why they didn't do shit for hours and hours and hours and hours. This wasn't about shock. This is about you being at your house on a Sunday and trying to hide something. Because none of your stories are consistent. He either went to urgent care that morning with some shit on his face that's stress and anxiety and all these other things induced where he was in pain and had a rash and, oh my God, I got to go to urgent care. And it was the first time in your entire marriage of decades where this actually happened. Just so happened to be that night, which is what Kristi told us. Or he was on call and using his freaking hospital as an excuse. Shock? What shock? You're on the phone. You're talking to people. You're calling people. You're texting people. You're doing all this bullshit. You were not in shock. Maybe when the officers got there, you had a little bit of, oh my God, this shit's finally real. Oh my God. But no, you were not. Is this just like a word people use now? No, you were not. No, ma'am.
I believe that when that officer confirmed that night when he came to our house, and not only Kaylee but Maddie,
Was it at night? I thought we didn't know until noon the next day.
it was so it happened on Sunday. So around
You're a dumb shit. You're a dumb shit. You shouldn't even be doing this interview. You are a dumb shit. My God. Tell me you have every single script you've ever... Tell me you've been scripted every time you've been on camera without telling me you've been scripted every time you've been on camera. Come on.
You go into shock instantly. I believe that when that officer confirmed that night when he came to our house, and not only Kaylee but Maddie,
Was it at night? I thought we didn't know until noon the next day.
it was so it happened on Sunday. So around 911 was called around noon, 11:58.
Shit
Right.
she's doing.
And then my niece called me around like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And then we were like,
No. That's a fucking lie. The niece called her before the vandal alert ever went out. That's been the story the entire time. Before the vandal alert, before the flood of phone calls to their daughter's phones and all the FaceTimes from neighbors and other students, she got a call from her niece before the vandal alert went out. See how now she's changing her story. Too late, Kristi. Your shit's already out there by the hundreds. We already know the truth.
what? And then it was around 5, but where we're at in Idaho, it was already dark. So it was around 5 when the...
Notice her eyes are not even red. She's doing all of this and she wants you to hear that she's so sad and oh my God. But her eyes are not red. Her cheeks are not red. Nothing's happening to her face. This is media trained. That's what you're seeing right here.
officer came, and
It gets dark early because
Yeah.
we're so far north. We're up
So,
there by Canada,
it
a
was-
couple hours.
it was
Who cares about how dark it is? Your pregnant ass daughter and her kids and her husband jumped in her vehicle and drove through the night, according to y'all, to get to Idaho. Yo ass couldn't drive a few hours. Oh my God, we were so glad that they were at the University of Idaho because it's not that far of a drive, but I've never been to my daughter's house ever. Never been in the area ever. Ugh. Ugh.
it's already dark. I saw him, our front lights were on, and I saw him roll up in the driveway, and I said,
Yeah, they hand you a business card.
there's
and
an
tell you-
officer here.
They hand you a business card and basically tell you your kid's dead.
And
Yeah.
Even said, I've done this. This is the worst.
He just hands it to you and just says, if you got questions, this is where how
he
you
said,
contact.
tomorrow, call this detective tomorrow. And we said, tomorrow? And
And all the
yeah.
families then had to go down to the police station, and that's what they were told.
Yes. So some
Except
were
him.
going down. Some, the Laramie's, Maddie's mom and dad, they went down to the police station. We were all just kind of stuck there,
No, you weren't.
and we were just trying to figure out because we just, I guess that we just couldn't wrap
The
our
first
heads around
room is where somebody was taken to the hospital, and we thought it was Maddie. So they were on their way to go see Maddie at the hospital. There was a lot of rumors that didn't happen to be true.
So we weren't just
No one gives a shit about your fake ass rumors. Your blood niece called you and said, I think Kaylee's dead. There's cops everywhere. Everyone's talking about people being shot up at a party. I think Kaylee is dead. You then go on to call your daughter's phone and she doesn't fucking answer. You then go to call Maddie's phone and she doesn't answer. You then go to call Jack's phone and nobody is answering. You then turn on the TV and your daughter's house is plastered all over the goddamn news and there's fucking cop cars everywhere and you're making excuses that keep changing every time more than you change your underwear. Why do people keep feeding into this shit? This is pathetic. The way that they keep trying to make excuse after excuse after excuse for being shit parents to Kaylee is disgusting. They literally put that girl behind on everything. Why do you think her first words were about me, about not being left behind and forgotten? Because she was the middle kid that no one gave a fuck about, and it's really obvious. She's not a go-getter and a hard worker because that's who she is. She had to be that way to be noticed. She had to be that way because nobody helped her do anything. The grandmother gave her the extra $1,000 she needed for the down payment on the Range Rover, not Mr. Moneybags alpha face over here. He didn't do shit to help her do a damn thing. Nothing. I'm so sick of these people. They make me so angry. I know you can see that. I am so tired of these dumbass excuses. You've got to be shitting me right now. This is gross. You're both gross. Disgusting. Disgusting. I can't, I really just can't. This is, my God, we're not even halfway through.
The Laramie's, Maddie's mom and dad, they went down to the police station. We were all just kind of stuck there, and we were just trying to figure out because we just, I guess that we just couldn't wrap our
first room is where somebody was taken to the hospital, and we thought it was Maddie. So they were on their way to go see Maddie at the hospital. There was a lot of rumors that didn't happen to be true.
So we weren't just jumping in our car. We were like, hang on, everybody keep their heads on. Let's try to figure this out. Let's not go racing, And we were calling the police department, and they were telling us nothing's going on at 1122 King Road.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe that either. I'm actually going to FOIA the call logs. Somehow, I guess. I don't even know how I'd be able to do that. Could I even do that? Probably not, because phone numbers are part of privacy. I don't believe them. The vandal alert went out with like the address and shit all over it, like 104. That there was a homicide. Steve Jr. and Kaylee were going to that school. You're going to tell me that the parents didn't have any sort of alert system? You're going to tell me Steve Jr. didn't get a vandal alert? That Steve Jr. wasn't being called, talked to, questioned by people? Oh my God, what's going on at your sister's house? See, where's that part of this conversation? It's weird to me they never mentioned this. But then they have interviews where they say, and everything with Steve Jr. is really confusing, and this is why. He either graduated the year before or was still going to school there. I don't know which one, and this is the reason why. There's an interview that I recorded about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago where Steve and her are sitting on a couch, and it's way in the beginning before anything, and they're talking about Kaylee's degree. Kaylee finished her schooling, and that there was going to be someone walking for her degree. Steve Jr., the brother. In the interview, they talk about how, well, this is how I raised my kids, to always put other people first and do the right thing because, Steve always has to take some sort of, this is all about me, But in the interview, they're talking about how Steve is putting his own thing aside. Steve Jr. is putting his own thing aside in order to walk for Kaylee to receive her degree for her with the walk. And that they knew that they were going to have to set time aside to show him what he deserves to for also graduating. That was what they stated in this interview, that they knew they needed to set time aside to also congratulate Steve Jr. for what he did too, because he is just as important. But for right now, he was putting this aside for Kaylee. So if that's the case, he was getting a vandal alert at 104, was he not? Were people not calling his phone and saying something's going on at your sister's house? No one talks about that. They don't talk about that. We talk about that. Not the first time we've brought it up, but they don't talk about that. Where was he during all of this? Have we ever gotten an answer for that? And I'm not saying like involvement wise, where was he? Was he with them with his phone blowing up just like their phones were apparently blowing up? Was he at his own freaking place? Where was he? I don't think we know. I don't know what to say.
But all right, so there is a timeline, and we can go through some of it.
Yeah.
Because the kids went out. They went to, as every college kid does. Mm-hmm. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
Every college kid does.
Yeah.
They left the bar at 1:30. not particularly late. They, stopped by. There's apparently the grub truck.
The grub truck.
The grub truck.
They were also originally supposed to be going to another bar called John's Alley, and they didn't tell us that for 3 years, which I don't know why, because it does matter that the intention that they had when they left the corner club with Jack Showalter was not to get escorted to the grub truck and then go home the way that the Goncalveses are pretending. Kaylee and Maddie were calling all kinds of people. Well, Kaylee really was calling all kinds of people, texting all kinds of people, trying to get people to go with her to John's Alley. Jack Showalter seems to be the only one that wanted to go, and there were already people down at John's Alley expecting them to show up, according to reports. The grub truck was like a last-minute detour to go home last minute. That's why you see the text messages between Kaylee and Eric Gower happening at the time that they are happening, because it was a last-minute decision. To me, the intent of why they left Corner Club and why Jack was with them is important. And if it means nothing, then why not just be factual about it? Why pretend that he was some sort of escort for them to be able to be taken over there and protected? No, they would have walked by their damn selves, which is still fine, but they would have walked by themselves to the grub truck if Jack didn't want to go. I don't know why they lied about that. I don't know why they said Eric Gower was a family friend when he was a complete stranger they'd never talked to before. You can tell by the way the text messages show Olivia literally introducing herself to him as Maddie and Kaylee's sister. If he was a family friend, wouldn't he have already known that, Steve? Lying from the very beginning about shit that makes no sense.
You can see them on tape. They're having fun. There's a videotape of it.
Yeah.
There was one guy in that video that they thought might be a suspect, the guy with the hoodie.
Yep.
They eliminated him as a suspect very early on. They eliminated the guy that drove him home very early on.
Yep.
I mean, all of this, now you're trying to put this together.
Yes.
And it's taking a long time.
Yes.
And frustrating everybody. And, but they got home, and the girls, or one of the girls, was on, I believe, TikTok at a little after 4 a.m.
Yep.
So
Xana.
they were able to narrow the.
Did he just say one of the girls was on TikTok? He doesn't know shit, does he? One of the girls was on TikTok. Well, since he's an idiot, let me go ahead and school you for a minute here, Sean. Even though you're not going to watch this nor give two shits what I have to say, but you're an idiot anyway, so here it goes. The PCA says that she was in the kitchen or doing whatever the hell on TikTok. Well, it doesn't say anything about the kitchen. Says that Xana was on TikTok at 4:12, except the self-authenticating records that actually were presented to the court for trial from TikTok says 3:16. 3:16. Not 4:12. And Xana, by the way, was the girl on TikTok, you fucking idiot. How do you have 4 years of it literally going on the news and talking about this case for 4 years in a row, and you don't know who the frick was on TikTok? Ugh.
This timeline.
Yes.
From to about 20 minutes.
Yes.
Within a 20-minute time frame, which,
I
by
don't
the
know.
way, good police.
I don't see. That's what I need to know. If we have some sort of concrete information for that, Chiefs, I really, really, really want to know, just so that we can at least put that on in the timeline, because I've never seen any information about where he was. And I just want to know, and again, I don't think he was involved in anything. No freaking way. I don't have any reason to believe Steve Jr. was involved in anything. Nothing has ever made me even glimpse a thought of that. I'm just curious as to where he was because of the alerts and all the other things that were going on. I don't know. I don't think they've mentioned him being at their place in Rathdrum or whatever. I don't know if he was in Coeur d'Alene. I don't know. I wish we knew. If you have some information on that though, please let me know where you saw that so that I can try to clarify it.
Yeah.
Very good.
So what really stunned me is the amount now the smoking gun evidence is the knife sheath that he bought.
Yep.
Yes.
And had his DNA on it.
Yes.
That's a slam dunk case.
Sean, are you married? You probably are. I don't really know. I don't really care about your personal life. But in case you are you aware of how much unknown male DNA is on your wife at any given moment? Underneath her fingernails, parts of her body probably shouldn't be. You have any idea, any clue whatsoever? Does she know how much unknown female DNA is on you at any given point in time? You pick up more DNA pumping gas than what's on that knife sheath. You pick up more DNA putting your 4-digit PIN number in at Walmart than what's on that knife sheath. Not a slam dunk. Maybe know things. Educate yourself just a little bit before you say crazy shit like that, because no, it's not.
Second thing that makes this, to me, a slam dunk case, which is why I totally applaud you going forward, even though now you're going to have to relive this pain. I don't wish that on anybody, but I do want this guy to get the death penalty.
Yeah.
And I believe in it strongly, especially in this case. These were innocent children.
Yes.
And he targeted them and he stalked them. And why, I don't know. And hopefully we'll get some answers. Hopefully that won't give you closure.
He didn't stalk anybody. Reports actually show home dude was being stalked. If you want to be serious, my God.
It won't make you wake up in the morning and think other thoughts. But, you know, why would anyone do this? I would want to know.
Yeah.
But so the kids come home. Then all of a sudden they go to bed. And what was strange is you looking for other evidence.
What was strange,
They're looking for
Sean?
blood evidence. This guy got in his car and then eventually, you know, when they got the car, they didn't find a drop of blood in that car. Now, this tells me this guy was going to, and I want your take on all this.
Tell me, Sean, what's it tell you?
Going to school to study all of this forensic science and criminology and all of this and looking.
He was not studying forensic science. Hi, that's what I did. No, he was not. At all. See, while there might have been like a class he might have had to have taken, which is where that whole like crime scene paper comes from, that is not what he was studying. No. That's actually not true, but continue.
It up on the internet, we've discovered that too, to commit the perfect crime. And now, what is your take on that? Because he made
this is going to be good.
Biggest F up you could make by leaving that sheet. Thank God he did.
Yes.
Then we have the videos of him driving once, driving through the neighborhood twice, you know, staking it out the third time, and then finally parking.
Yep.
Where do you see him parking, Sean? We are assuming that something parked somewhere. That's what you're assuming here, because nothing's on camera anywhere showing anybody doing a damn thing, for one. For two, if you knew anything about this case, you would know that the original first couple of swipe throughs we see of that car is the undercover police officers from the Moscow Police Department. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Let's be serious. This guy knows nothing. Absolutely, positively, supercalifragilisticexpialidociously nothing. Like, this is crazy that he is so famous. The same way that James Patterson is so famous for being this true crime guy, and they have no information in their freaking big ass heads. It's actually astounding. Literally living fake it till you make it. That's their life. Holy shit.
And then speeding away.
And then he ran into one of the other girls in the home. Didn't kill her.
No.
But she saw him.
Yes.
And then locked herself in the room.
Yeah.
She plays it.
So why don't you give me your take on all of it? Because obviously you know more than I do.
No, they
a lot
don't.
of this is in the documentary.
I mean, you don't know shit, but they don't know shit either.
Frustrating to me.
So I will say this. People want to attack Dylan. Wake up.
She's
motherfucker. Steve, you don't want to play this game, Steve. We've got your messages. We have your fucking messages where you are blaming so many things on the two girls, where you are questioning the shit out of Dylan, where you are telling everyone that the two grand jury members that James Patterson got you in touch with were questioning why she wasn't facing charges. You even were telling people that she was protected and that you had to be careful. You are such a beta bitch, Steve. Are you serious right now? That girl has never even bothered to give y'all an answer. She left y'all on red, lied to your face. She lied to your fucking face at the memorial. Jack told you everything he heard Dylan say. You walked up to her at the first memorial to ask her what she heard, what she saw. Bethany didn't want to even talk to you. She literally took off. Then Dylan tells you straight to your face after you've already been told by Jack that he heard differently from her. Oh, I didn't hear or see anything. I was asleep. I don't know. You have been telling everybody in private conversations how you really feel about Dylan. But then you're coming out here doing this for what? Tell me they've never even bothered listening to a damn thing. Dylan was not drinking. Dylan was sipping seltzers. And then told her friends that she didn't even feel like it. She couldn't get into it. She wasn't feeling it. Never touched another drop after she got home. Lied about going upstairs and getting your daughter's dog that y'all hate so much because he's so hyper. And taking him to the bathroom. Then we have a whole nother bathroom story that happens less than an hour later. She's lied her fucking ass off about everything. She did not call Bethany. Bethany called her, and then she started calling your daughter and Maddie and Xana and Ethan to see what was going on. She's been lying the whole time, and y'all know this. This is the pinnacle of why I'm so fed up with these people, because we know how they really feel behind the scenes. We've seen the conversations. And then he does this. Because God forbid he come out here and actually be honest about how he feels about that little liar. They'll lose half their little army of love, I'm sure. Can't have that. Can't lose the fans. Can't lose those subscriptions. Can't lose all that GoFundMe money. Can't lose all these gifts. Steve, you're disgusting. And for those who need proof of that, those conversations are in the Google Share Drive. Everyone can have access to them. You've all had access to them. Steve is a liar. You're disgusting. Steve, you're disgusting. My God.
He's the roommate.
Yeah, Dylan was a roommate that actually seen him. They kind of had eye contact. She shut her door. She protected herself, which totally, any 19-year-old girl, this isn't Hollywood. She's not going to pull out some.
You've been on Netflix. Shut up. I don't want to hear another word about Hollywood from you ever again. Ever again. Ever. Shut up. Shut up.
Ninja moves and fight off some guy with a wielding knife. She protected herself. And she added massive value to our investigation. She gave a timeline. She said who he was. He was a white, skinny, which, believe it or not, there's not a lot of skinny people anymore. So that eliminated like over 50.
Every freaking person that has been freaking brought out from that university is an athletic, skinny, college-age male. What are you talking about? I haven't seen one fat person interviewed. Caleb's a little chunky, but that's about it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh my God. There's not a lot of skinny people anymore. Steve, I can't deal with you, bro. I can't do this. I can't do this. What? This is hilarious. My God. Oh my God. Oh, this is funny.
Dylan was a roommate that actually seen him. They kind of had eye contact. She shut her door. She protected herself, which totally, any 19-year-old girl, this isn't Hollywood. She's not going to pull out some ninja moves and fight off some guy with a wielding knife. She protected herself.
Sure.
And she added massive value to our investigation. She gave a timeline. She said who he was. He was a white, skinny, which, believe it or not, there's not a lot of skinny people anymore. So that eliminated like over 50% of the population. He was a male. She gave key moments. Plus, the timeline starts when he leaves at 4:21, and he turns and he takes off. He makes a huge mistake by turning his phone on at 4:48. When he turns his phone at 4:48, they can cross-correlate the last time he's on camera to where that phone is turned on and say, does this?
The last time he was on camera, y'all can't prove anywhere he was on camera. Y'all can't show us which way he came out of Pullman. And when you tried to show us which way he came out of Pullman, guess what? Removed. No more trial evidence. We're going to poof him into freaking Indian Hills at 3:30 like he can just teleport. What camera, Steve? And don't tell me 1112, because that car right there on 1112 has never been identified. Go find me a damn document that tells me the 1112 car has ever been identified. You won't. Even the feds couldn't identify that car. Steve.
This time match.
And it matches almost perfectly.
The 27 minutes. So they found the road. They're like, boom, these are the only roads possible. Then when he goes back to the university, can we nail him on the way back with the time stamps that it would take for him to take a turn, and they nail him? They've got a signature, a pure pathway. Why they don't take this to court? I think it's just lazy fear prosecutors that aren't held to accountability.
Laziness. They had 130 something files for their FBI cast report. After it was proven that none of it was right, they knocked it down to 30. And in all of that, they can't put him in the neighborhood. In all of that, they cannot. I don't give a fuck what Cyray's dumbasses come out here and try to lie about now. I don't care about his little bot bitch ass. I don't care. Don't y'all think that if anything that he said was true, the state would have used it? It's all coming from their own evidence. Those call detail records that Cyray looked at was not defense evidence. It was state prosecution evidence. If it really read the way he's trying to say, they used it. Let's quit pretending. Steve has got to have a very low IQ to be believing this shit. The fact he worked for the IT department for a facility, a hospital, that's concerning. He can't even figure out the right there, and there to use in his messages. And he's out here just spewing shit. If he ever popped a document open, maybe he would know how false he is. But I don't really think he even cares.
We just have to do it. Like, they're elected official, guys. And if they're not getting the job done, you should be able to tell them, I'm not going to vote for you. And when we told people to talk to Hippler and call him and say that, hey, reject this plea deal, and he turned you into the police, if you're in Ada County, don't.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I FOIA'd that information, Steve-O. And guess what? Judge Hippler never turned anybody in. There are no reports. I got back a FOIA denial because nothing exists. There's a police report for who sent them a death threat at the sentencing. We already went through all of that, went to the report, found out the fucking weirdo who's responsible for that. Yeah, we did that already. No. See, that FOIA was the one that I filed first to see exactly what was sent off that was so detrimental, because Judge Hippler did say that out loud in front of everyone on national television live. But I requested that information from Ada County, and no, there are no reports. There are no reports. Lie again.
Prosecutors that aren't held to accountability. We just have to do it. Like, they're elected official, guys. And if they're not getting the job done, you should be able to tell them, I'm not going to vote for you. And when we told people to talk to Hippler and call him and say that, hey, reject this plea deal, and he turned you into the police, if you're in Ada County, don't vote for that man. This man.
There's no reports. He ran his mouth. Same way you do, Steve. No proof, no receipts. No, he did not. No, he didn't.
Told you, if you call him
the judge,
Hippler, you call Hippler and you tell him your vote depends on if he's going to take this and he's going to take this plea or deny it, and he turns you into the police, that man doesn't work for you. He doesn't think he works for you.
Well,
nope. I FOIA'd that. I'm going to pull it up. I'll pull it up while this keeps on playing. I FOIA'd that. I don't even know when. It was not long ago. I FOIA'd that. And then within a few days, I FOIA'd the information for the death threat. And I got the denial for the original one. And then about 2 weeks later, I got the FOIA for the death threat. But no, there's nothing from Ada County at all. In way of, and I gave them the dates. I said exactly what Hippler stated. I said this was on live TV. This would have happened between 6:30, 2025 to 7, whatever the date was that the sentencing was, like all those couple of days in between. No, nothing. Ada County has no reports from anything being sent over to them from the courthouse, from emails from Judge Hippler, from any of the employees at the courthouse. There was nothing sent. Nothing.
You need to go back a little bit. So we were so infuriated about the plea deal. People are saying, what can we do? What can we do? So we have a family page, a Goncalves family page on Facebook. We said, call the court, call the judge. He's, it wasn't like we were privy to his information.
First, we talked to a lawyer.
Already done deal.
Yeah, but the judge could have denied it.
We were told.
So we said,
he couldn't make him allocute because Idaho has a special law. I wish I knew it. I think it's 108, but I don't know the exact law. But there's a law that says they can keep the fifth. They can keep the fifth and plead quiet all the way through. So we.
Are you going to repeat what you said over on Crime Talk at CrimeCon when you were drunk or high or whatever the hell you were doing over there where you were totally not sober, where you mentioned the Alford plea and Bryan wanting to maintain his innocence and you not allowing him because y'all rallied around that? Are you going to mention that here? Let's see how honest you are.
We couldn't force him to allocute, but he could reject the plea.
He could reject the plea. So
let me go back though. I want to focus on this evidence. Before he makes the passes around the house and he's speeding around, goes past the house, then he goes back, then he speeds again, goes back. I don't know what the
4 times.
4 times. Then he stops. Okay, we have that narrow time frame.
Yes.
Okay, he goes one way to get to the house, and as he's leaving, he turns off his cell phone so it doesn't get caught. So there's a certain amount of premeditation here.
Yes.
Okay, here it is right here. So I sent this to Ada County. Make this bigger. Put it over here, make it bigger. This is my proof, Steve. But I'm sure you and your fucking cult are going to call me all kinds of fucking names and threaten me and wish death upon me and my kids with my ex and everything else like you always do because I'm out here proving you wrong again. But fuck it. Who cares? This was what happened. On 7/2/25, Judge Hippler opened the plea change hearing for Bryan Kohberger by stating that there had been threats upon the court due to the sudden change of plea that several were forwarded to law enforcement. I am formally requesting any police reports, statements, interviews, photos, videos, and any/every appropriate attachment included in this information forwarded to law enforcement by the Ada County Court employees. Okay, now let me go open the email where they tell me the shit doesn't exist. Okay, let's see, open this one this way. Thank you for your request for information. In review of our systems, no records were located with the information provided in your request. So then I said, good evening. Would this be the correct agency that Judge Hippler would have forwarded those to? Like if the clerk at the courthouse and he himself at his office contact, email/phone were getting threats there at the Ada County Courthouse, would there be another agency in which those would have been forwarded instead of the Ada County Sheriff's Office? I just want to cover all of my bases because this was said on live TV. And I would hate to find out that a sitting judge was lying about something like this. This would have happened any time from the evening of 6/30/25 until the start of court on 7/2/25. And they never responded, even after telling me, if you have any questions, feel free to reply to this email, blah, blah, blah. And then they didn't even respond. So no, there was nothing sent off. The judge lied. No one got in trouble for anything. So does Steve not know that? And he just really thinks that it happened? Because it didn't happen. The judge didn't forward shit to nobody. So I don't know why he lied to people. But, Ada County says, nah, shit don't exist.
No doubt about it,
yes.
Right? Buying the knife, premeditation here. And then he takes a different route home. And then the time that he put it back on, why is that important?
Which is also crazy right here because no one knows the route he took anywhere. We don't even know the route he actually took to get to the park that night. Because that's where he says he was. So how can you sit here and say, oh, well, he took another route back? You don't even know the route he took. There's nothing that they're telling us in way of route he took, because again, if this man knew anything about the facts, he would know that the FBI report that was placed to the court for all of the car information shows everything from Pullman being removed because that car had fog lights, and Bryan Kohberger's car and phone continued to move together wherever the frick they were, apparently, up until 254 it was, not 247. And it doesn't match the fog light car that crossed in front of the cannabis shop on the way to Moscow on the highway. So no, you can't say that either, Sean, because they've never even actually given anybody what they believe he took because they removed it from court. So no. Once again, you're just saying shit to say shit that you have nothing of. Nothing was ever stated about this. When they would have gone to trial, they would have had to have shown the jury a map and said, we're going to start right here already in Moscow, even though he lives all the way in Pullman and we can't show you how he got to Moscow. We need you to believe that this is him right here at 330 at Indian Hills. You got to believe me. That's what they were going to do. Sean.
So I wanted to, so I think that, I don't think he intentionally went into that house to kill 4. I think he intended on killing 1, and that is either Kaylee or Maddie, because he went straight upstairs.
Why do you believe that?
No proof of that.
Because he went straight upstairs for 1, and
I believe that. What? So she's dumb. So she just said he was straight upstairs. Sean Hannity says, why do you believe that? And she goes, well, because he went straight upstairs. There's no proof of that. There's no proof of that.
I wanted to.
They need Xana to be the one that was walking around on the second floor and attacked outside of her bedroom so bad when there's no proof of that. There's no blood on the ping pong table that belongs to Xana. It's Kaylee's. There's no blood in the kitchen that wasn't even blood. It was negative when they tested it. There's no proof upstairs was first. I happen to think multiple perps. Attacks happened at the exact same time. That's what I think. It explains a lot more than the bullshit they're trying to tell us, but there's no proof of this at all.
So I think that, I don't think he intentionally went into that house to kill 4. I think he intended on killing 1, and that is either Kaylee or Maddie, because he went straight upstairs.
Why do you believe that?
Because he went straight upstairs for 1.
I believe that because he did. There's no proof, but okay.
And I just
he walks past one of the victims' doors right off the bat. He walks right past the victim.
This is the girl that locked herself in a room.
Mm-hmm.
Walks right
and
past
never
her.
came back to her.
Never went back to her. And then,
but she saw him.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Kaylee and Maddie happened to be in the same bedroom, but upstairs is just 2 bedrooms and a bathroom.
And Ethan and
Xana were downstairs.
Yes.
Ethan and bro. You disrespectful shit. My God.
So he went straight upstairs. And I think that he intended to kill Kaylee or Maddie. And Kaylee happened to be in bed with Maddie. And obviously she woke up and that happened. And then Xana woke up. Or Xana was awake. Xana was awake. She did a TikTok at 4:12 or commented on TikTok at 4:12. Got food at 4 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there was a lot of paths crossing here.
Show me the comment at 4:12. I know there's a comment that people are circulating of Xana being on TikTok that night. It's not 4:12. You're making shit up now, Kristi.
Kaylee happened to be in bed with Maddie, and obviously she woke up and that happened. And
I bet he doesn't repeat that though. Because he went upstairs. That was the target. That's why he went upstairs. He didn't have to go upstairs. Which one is it? You're right. That's the first thing he ever said. He didn't have to go upstairs. That's why I really wonder if it was somebody that was targeting Kaylee, but they weren't aware that Kaylee was no longer on the second floor. Because she used to be in Xana's room. Xana just moved into that house in what was it, like the beginning of August, right before school started. She came from another house on that block and moved into that one. And Kaylee was rooming in Xana's room with someone else and then moved upstairs to the 3rd floor when Xana was moving in. So that's why I've always questioned how much more does this freak over here actually know, because he apparently went to the urgent care with this whole situation that's stress and anxiety triggered, that he's never been ever sick before, never had to go to the urgent care, just so happened to be that freaking morning. And again, this is according to his own wife. No one is making this shit up. She said this shit in an interview. And it took us all by surprise because she said it 2 years after the fact. And we were like, I'm sorry? What did you just say? That was the craziest thing at that point that we had heard from them, because it was shocking. Super shocking. You pair that with them not wanting to be on camera, not wanting to go around and see, but they were not on camera until the 23rd. Is there a date before that? I don't know. If you find it, let me know. I've gone through so many interviews, and I'm going in and trying to get as many recorded for the archive channel as humanly freaking possible. And what I have found in putting all of my lists together of every date and with the network and blah, blah, blah. Okay. The 20th, they called in, and that's where Kristi calls Kaylee a brat and mocks her and talks about like this. She's being a brat. I don't want to be with Jack. Da-da-da. That's what she did on the 20th. Your daughter's been dead a week, and you're calling in to Fox News talking shit about your kid. I don't have a video of them with their faces on camera until the 23rd. At least not for the news. Now, I don't remember when the memorial stuff was. I have to go back and check the dates on that. That's when Steve showed up over there. But for the news, the 23rd. So then I always question, okay, so what was really on your face? Why would you not go down to talk to the cops? Is it because something was on your face and you didn't want them to see it? That's really the only reason why I really want to FOIA, and I know I've been saying this for a while, and I just haven't done it yet. I want to FOIA the death notice. I don't want to listen to it. I don't want to hear all of that. I mean, whatever. I want to see if he's got something on his face. I want to see what's on his face. How they were acting. Because it's been hours, and they didn't move. So I want to see, are they inebriated? Are they sober? Can you tell if they're on something? I need some sort of explanation for why y'all actually didn't give a shit about your daughter. Eventually, somebody's going to have to answer something. I mean, damn.
And then Xana woke up, or Xana was awake. Xana was awake. She did a TikTok at 4:12, or commented on TikTok at 4:12, got food at 4 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there was
DoorDash ordered at 2:15. Everybody that has investigated this case and the judge is telling us that when the DoorDash was ordered, she was not at her house. According to whatever they have, when the DoorDash was ordered by Xana at 2:15, she was not at 1122 King Road. We have still not received a picture of the food being dropped off at the door. We have what we're being told from Molly. We have DoorDash receipts. We do not have a photo of how that food was laid at the door. We just know Molly claims to have taken one, which is normal. I've never gotten a DoorDash delivered and it not show me where it was left. Even Amazon and Walmart will do it sometimes. So, yeah, something might have been dropped off at 3:59. We don't have proof Xana's the one who grabbed it from that door. We know that there's stomach contents. There's some sort of stomach contents in Xana's stomach, but that doesn't really answer a lot of questions. She could have had a slice of pizza an hour before at the party. That doesn't really mean a lot. Plus, we also have the story that Xana's dad has been telling us for 4 years now, practically, about how she was at home, which we know from everywhere else that's, I guess, technically not true, but she could have just gone back and forth a lot. Maybe she was home at the time she told him that. There's too much mystery around Xana and Ethan's timeline. For Mr. Cell Phone and everybody else that's worked this case to not even be able to tell us when they got back to that house is crazy. And never mind the fact Cy-Ray admits in his damn report that he doesn't have Ethan's call detail records. So none of his location information was included in his analysis. Neither was Jack Jacor's or Bethany Funk's because he didn't have their shit either. Technically, neither was Molly's because all of her information was in FBI format and he didn't look at it. He didn't analyze it. He looked at what kind of file it was and what like was actually in the files, but he never analyzed it and added that shit to his report either. Kristi would know all of this to not include this into all the bullshit that she's saying if she gave a shit to read the documents. They would know how to properly tell their daughter's story if they would just read the documents. This is ridiculous.
A lot of paths crossing here, at this point. And Xana heard, and I think Xana was like, what's going on? So I think Xana started up the stairs saying, hello?
What? What? Now she's making up a conversation. No one believes Dylan. I don't believe Dylan, but let's just focus on what Dylan's claiming to have said, okay? Nowhere in Dylan's statement does she say that she heard the person that she heard walking around that night saying, hello, is somebody there? No. Dylan is claiming to have heard Kaylee's voice singing, dancing with the dog, doing all kinds of karaoke shit, and then turning off the music and saying she's going to bed, and then walking up the stairs, frantically saying, someone's here, before running and all the freaking shit ensues. Nobody was tiptoeing up the stairs. Hello? Is anybody there? What? She's just making shit up. She's making shit up. Making shit up. Making shit up.
And then Xana woke up, or Xana was awake. Xana was awake. She did a TikTok at 4:12 or commented on TikTok at 4:12, got food at 4 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there was a lot of paths crossing here.
I don't know what she thinks now. It's been a while since I've spoken to her. I follow her still on Facebook. I see everything she's doing. But it's been a minute. I'll tell you, she was really worried about their behavior because she was scared that they were going to do something that was going to jeopardize the trial. She did not, probably still doesn't, did not appreciate their behavior a year ago. They haven't gotten any better. So I'm pretty sure that hasn't changed.
At this point. And Xana heard, and I think Xana was like, what's going on? So I think Xana started up the stairs saying, hello? Hey, what?
I think. That's not how this works.
And obviously she woke up and that happened. And then Xana woke up, or Xana was awake. And
see, so she's not only like talking on Xana, which they've already said, oh, we can't talk on the other people, but you do it all the time. Okay. Kristi talking to Daniel over on Drunk Turkey is the reason why we thought forever that Ethan's body was behind the door and that Rigger had sat in. And that's the reason why we were getting told that the girls had to call Hunter Johnson specifically over to open the door because it was stuck open and they couldn't get it open. And when he got it open just enough, he saw Ethan's body behind the door and saw Xana and then screamed for them to call 911. That story came from this psychopath right here on the screen with her feet up on the chair like a child. That came from her. They have been talking shit about Xana and Ethan the entire time, screwing up their timeline, speaking on their timeline, speaking on their story when they have no right to the entire time. The entire time. She has not learned her lesson. She has no remorse. They don't give a single shit about how many lies they have come out and told and taken no accountability for, because here she is again, making up shit that's not real. I think she did this. I think she did that. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Not on somebody else's kid, you're not. Be quiet. This is crazy.
Kaylee happened to be in bed with Maddie, and obviously she woke up and that happened. And then Xana woke up, or Xana was awake. Xana was awake. She did a TikTok at 4:12 or commented on TikTok at 4:12, got food at 4 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there was a lot of paths crossing here, at this point. And Xana heard, and I think Xana was like, what's going on? So I think Xana started up the stairs saying, hello? Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
Dylan reports somebody's screaming, somebody's here.
And then Dylan said, somebody screamed, someone's in the house.
But you're not going to mention how Dylan said that it was Kaylee and she heard Kaylee singing and dancing with Murphy and then literally speak out loud, okay, it's time for me to go to bed, turning things off and then walking upstairs. We're just going to glance right over that. Okay, noted.
She swears that was Kaylee. Even the law enforcement believe that was Xana. She goes running down the stairs. So he's like,
see, they need Xana to be attacked outside of her room so bad, and there's no physical proof. There is no blood on the floor outside of the threshold of Xana's door. There is no blood of Xana's outside of her bedroom. It is not on the pong table. It is not on the floor. It is not in the kitchen. It is not on the walls in the second floor. There is nothing of Xana's outside of her bedroom. I don't know why they keep doing this.
I don't want to distract you, but the police are convinced in that documentary, so they're convinced she fought back hard.
Yes.
Oh, she did.
Hard.
Yes. That's like, duh. The documentary, have you not seen the photos that have been public for the past year? Pretty sure you did a segment about them on your little freaking news station and you've never seen them? The fight that she put up is literally written in the blood on the floor of her bedroom. I don't give a shit what that damn documentary told you. What? I can't stand this dude.
100%.
Yes.
I mean, that was very clear. Okay, go ahead. I don't.
So he stopped what he was doing up there. He left that knife sheath. He was like, shit, I gotta go eliminate this. You know, there's somebody awake, somebody's running, someone's
He was distracted, ran down the steps.
So he went after Xana. I think he saw Ethan.
No proof of any of this. And mind you, Dylan only claims that she heard one set of footsteps.
Ethan asleep in the bed. I think he just a couple times.
Ethan was not asleep in the bed. There's multiple weapons used just on his legs. He was up on his right shoulder when the first blow to the neck came about. Maybe you'd know that if you read the documents, Kristi.
To Ethan and continued with Xana. This is a little tiny room. I mean, it's probably 2 of these pool tables there. I mean, it's tiny. Yeah. Xana's running all over this room. He's fighting her, you know, she's screaming. The dog starts going crazy.
She's screaming? Where? I mean, she probably was, but we don't hear that. Dylan did. But the camera doesn't show that. There's like some thuds and some really weird ass noises. And then the dog starts barking. But Dylan also is not claiming to have been hearing like screaming from a fight, which is also strange because there's no way that you didn't hear that. Like you would have heard it like right there. If she was attacked outside of her bedroom, Dylan would have had to have heard the screaming right there. And she doesn't. Bethany would have had to have heard the screaming right above her head. And she's claiming she just heard some plastic cups fall on the floor. Is chloroform recognizable in an autopsy? I've just been really curious about the lack of noise. Like really super curious about the lack of noise. Because I feel like we should hear screaming on the camera. We know what a scream sounds like because we hear that shit at 2:27 and it scared everyone down to their core. So why don't we hear more? We know, especially Xana, had to be screaming her head off. I don't really know what to make of it. I mean, still, regardless, my whole opinion is that this is multiple people attacking both rooms at the exact same time. For some reason. For some reason. Nothing else makes any sense. Dylan's also a liar. But they're not going to mention the fact she's lying about who she called and what she did. Dylan never called to check on Kaylee, not until after Bethany called her. There's a reason for that. There's a reason why Dylan went down to Bethany's room and that nothing else happened. There's nothing that's going to convince me that Dylan doesn't know more about what's going on here. There's no one that's going to convince me otherwise. I think she went down to Bethany's room to stop Bethany from walking out of her door and going upstairs. And honestly, a big part of me really feels like the car speeding off at whatever time is not even related to the situation. It almost seems as if the person was leaving the neighborhood and realized they forgot something and tried to turn around and then was like trying to hurry up and get wherever they were going because they were late, like for a job. That's what it seems like to me. The way that car tried to turn around, that didn't make any sense. It's literally like they were trying to make it like turn around to get back to where they were going and then they hurried out of there. I mean, I've done that. Being late for work when I worked in an office. Oh shit, I forgot something real quick. Try to turn around literally anywhere you possibly can as fast as you can using somebody else's driveway a million different times. You got to fix yourself to turn around to get back. And then you're hurrying up to get back to where you work because you've lost all kinds of time. We know people were getting up to get ready for work at around that time. We've had at least like 2 or 3 different reports about that. I hate the fact that there's so many different caveats to this, so many different holes. None of the pieces fit. This coming out and giving a whole nother story, a whole nother scenario, creating conversation, creating words, creating statements that never been said before. This doesn't help. I just don't understand why they constantly want to pollute their daughter's case from day one. Remember, these people never wanted to be interviewed by the police. They refused to be interviewed by the police because they thought that, oh, well, if we do that, then we won't be able to speak for our daughter. That's like the one thing Cyree put them in his place about. No, that's not true. That's not how that would have worked. Duh, we know that. So they never wanted to be interviewed by the police. They didn't want to do the victimology for Kaylee so that the cops could figure out where to look and what information they needed to gather and who her friends were and her favorite places to go. And if she was feeling hungry and wanted to go get fast food, where would her go-to place be? Trying to do the victimology for Kaylee, and they refused. So they want to be out on cameras everywhere. They want to constantly do these damn interviews. They want to be on everyone's social media and all their platforms and be talked to all the time and get all this attention. But you wouldn't talk to the cops about your daughter's life so they could figure out what took it. Didn't want to be interviewed deeply. And you wonder why people hate you. Why people say the kind of shit that they say about you. It's your own doing. We're not making these things up. You say the shit. Your actions are what's out there. We're judging what you're putting out in the public. You don't want to be judged? Don't do it in the public. I bet you won't. This is going to be the rest of forever. They're going to be out here doing this shit for the rest of time.
The dog starts going crazy at this point. I think at this point, finally, you know.
Isn't that freaking weird? And then to come out and just admit all of that. They can't be mad that the only thing that we freaking have about them is the fact that Kaylee's friends in the reports and interviews talk about how strained the relationship was with Kaylee and her family. They can only be mad at themselves for that being the perception. They did that to themselves.
He overcomes Xana and he's like, I have to get out of here. I think he'd felt like he'd been in that house forever. That dog was barking relentlessly at that time. He starts to leave. He makes eye contact with Dylan. He's probably like, oh my gosh, there's someone but he says, I got to go.
Dog's still barking and he just made a decision.
So he jumped in that car.
Fight or flight.
And he was like, there's no way 911 hasn't been called. I think that he figured there's no way at all.
So he thought he had no, and by the way, on the video of his car leaving, he's bolting.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's going 100 miles.
He left a mark on the road and he almost hits another car.
No. He did not leave a mark on the road. The tire marks on the street. We have email correspondence and text messages between Ginny Ayers and Jeff Talbot, Detective Jeff Talbot, who is the lead of the Idaho State Police. In the text messages, they're talking about the tire marks. And then an email correspondence we have, I think it's still between Ginny and Talbot. They're talking about where the impressions and where the things need to go. The tire marks were going in the wrong direction and were never sent to be analyzed or considered to be part of this case. Steve would know that if he bothered reading the documents. Try again, Steve. Try again. Also, this whole thing about how he almost hit another car or whatever, the car leaving almost hit another car. I don't see that anywhere on the camera. Maybe we'll pull it up and take a little gander at that little 30-second time frame again. I know the car looks like it's speeding out of there. I don't see where it looks like it's about to hit something. And notice that the story keeps changing. It went from almost hitting a person to almost hitting a trash can to now almost hitting a car. Which one was it? Definitely wasn't no damn person. Ain't nobody walking around in that camera footage. They know that. They've had it since night one. Can't even keep it straight.
Decision.
So he
Run.
jumped in that car.
Fight or flight.
And he was like, there's no way 911 hasn't been called. I think that he figured there's no way at all.
So he thought he had no. And by the way, on the video.
And by the way, they're purposely this misinformed. They know already this bullshit is false. There's a lady, and I mentioned this the other day. We really need to listen to this. There's a woman who a long time ago did an interview. She sat with them at one of the open sessions at like in the bench with them. And they were even mentioning to her that all of those emails and all that information from that Garrett discovery report, they found out and told her then in the courtroom that they did believe that all of that was Bryan's until they realized that all that shit was created after the fact and none of it was real. So that's also the Shadow Dragon stuff. The Garrett discovery report is the Shadow Dragon company. So while they're apparently telling people this stuff years ago, this was stuff that was recorded and put on YouTube years ago. Someone posted a little clip about it on TikTok about a week or so ago, and I went to the channel. It took me forever. Oh my God. It took forever to find the live where this woman was talking. I could just use like certain keywords in the transcripts. It took like 45 minutes to finally find the right live, but I found it. And this is where she's talking and saying, yeah, I sat by them, had to talk with Olivia, whatever. And yeah, they were really totally convinced that everything in this Garrett discovery report was real and linked back to Kohberger. But then apparently they found out that it wasn't. And all these things were created after the fact and it wasn't real information. If that's legitimately a conversation that they were having with somebody where they were like, oh yeah, we thought, but then we realized that it wasn't. Why is he now coming out here trying to act like this information matters? Because again, the Garrett discovery shit is the the Shadow Dragon shit that's being held hostage for $10,000 to $30,000. So do you know that it's bullshit and you're just continuing this because you need this, or like what's going on? Because you can't say that and then continue on with what you're doing over here all of a sudden. Because notice like this part of this hadn't been talked about in a while. All the social media tracking and all that other stuff, there was like a year and a half there where they didn't really talk about that hardly at all anymore. Now, all of a sudden, since he said that shit at CrimeCon, he's now brought it up again. I totally believe that they would continue on with the false story after they've already found out the facts, because what are they going to do? What else would they possibly do with their lives if they had to finally come out and admit that all the things that they were coming out here and saying were wrong? They'd have to actually stop their little press tour and read some shit, learn some things before coming out here and talking again. They already know it's bullshit, but they continue lying. But again, we knew that from when we found out about Samantha, that these people were capable of nothing but bullshit.
Of his car leaving, he's bolting.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's going 100 miles.
He left a mark on the road and he almost hits another car because he can't make that turn at that speed.
I can't go back the way I came. I'd have to go right through town. They're probably already, looking. So he...
Right through town? The police department was right there. Like, technically, the way they're trying to act like he bolted up out of town, like he passed right in front of the police department. So this right here, that's not even logical, honey. It's not even logical.
Yeah.
He's going 100 miles.
He left a mark on the road, and
Yeah.
he almost hits another car because he
So,
can't make that
he
turn at that
said-
speed.
I can't go back the way I came. I'd have to go right through town. They're probably already, looking. So he headed some other way. He wound up getting himself lost out on a dirt road.
Yeah.
That's where he was. He was on a dirt road, turned his phone back on,
At
went to a map
448.
at 448, turned on a map
That
app.
tracked him right to where he is. You turn on your app and says, well,
Yeah.
I don't know where I am.
So
Tell me where I am until I can get home.
Pick that up.
So it nailed him right where he's at. So
they're like,
he's
that's
Cyrey never once ever said that Kohberger opened his stuff and said, "Where am I?" Yes, we know that there's a navigation. And guess what else? Bryan also told his lawyer back in Pennsylvania that his car and his GPS was going to prove that he was innocent. That's why he wanted to hurry up and get back to Idaho so that he could be exonerated, because he already knew there was already proof that I wasn't there. So knowing about this GPS now, we were told about this before Operation Turtle Shell. It doesn't mean anything. And Cyrey has yet to produce a map, proof. The shit he's saying about he went this way and then back up this way and back down this way. You can't even get to Snake River the way that freaking Cyrey's talking about. And according to him, drive test means you have to be able to drive into that area in order to test it. That was a big problem he had with some of the FBI points, is that you can't drive to them, so they shouldn't be on the maps. So is he doing the exact same thing? Sure sounds like it. Because see, every time we listened to that shit, we pulled up maps, we did exactly what he was talking about. We literally tracked the entire thing that he was speaking on. You can't get to Snake River that way. There's no roads that leads to Snake River that way. And he wants to say that Kohberger was stopped somewhere for like 10 minutes. Well, you couldn't even hike halfway to where you needed to go to get to Snake River off-road in 10 minutes. None of the shit adds up. None of that works. None of it works.
exactly where he would have been
Right.
at that time.
That time, because you timed it out.
Mhm.
Right.
Yep.
So that
Out in the middle of nowhere, and he got lost. He got lost because he
it's
was
farmland out there, just tall
a guy
grass.
that's trying to premeditate the perfect crime.
Yeah.
And clean blood. I mean, there was a lot of thought that went into this, and a lot of study.
A lot.
The level of premeditation, I think, is severe. I don't
Yes.
think I can think of a case like this.
A lot.
What premeditation? Because the 404B evidence that was submitted had none. No planning, no premeditation, no surveillance, no stalking. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
So, but then the knife sheath,
Mm-hmm.
which becomes, that was it. Yeah.
I'm going to let you,
Wasn't that fucking interesting? I'm going to have to look up some information on that myself. That's interesting.
audience know something that I don't think anyone's talked about, which they told us at the very end. That knife sheet didn't just have one source. They were going to have an expert that came on and said that
I think this is where it's at. Oh my God. I think this is it. This sounds like the clip I heard. Listen, I think this is where he's an idiot about the knife sheath and the fingerprints. There's no fingerprints on the damn knife sheath. Okay.
that thumb, the print had multiple touch points on it, and they can age the skin cells. So they were going to say
I'm going to pull up the
there was
report right now.
fresh
Liar,
fingerprint
liar,
type,
it's on fire.
and then there was aged ones. There was some that had been
Steve, you are a liar of the liars. King Gonzo, king of the liars. Holy shit. Liar.
I'm going to let your audience know something that
I'm going to let your audience know a lie, Sean. I respect you so much, broski. We're men of similar character. I'm going to lie to you right now. You ready? Soak it up, baby. This is very much on the level of Whitcomb's. I could say 5 things right now that would make your podcast top for the next week. Go ahead and lie some more, Steve. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my receipts while you do that. Look at her stupid ass smug face. Y'all look so dumb. My God, y'all look so dumb.
I don't think anyone's talked about, which they told us at the very end. That
No, they didn't.
knife sheet didn't just have one source. They were going to have an expert that came on and said that thumb, the print had multiple touch points on it, and they can age the skin cells. So they were going to say there was fresh fingerprint type, and then there was aged ones. There was some that had been dated. So they were going to say that whoever did this single source, one person's DNA had touched this button multiple times on multiple days, at least 24 hours apart, because this is how we age these cells. These cells start dehydrating.
Why are you so fucking stupid, Steve? Why are you so fucking stupid, Steve? I'm tired of being nice. And some people think I've been a bitch. Nah. What y'all been getting over the past week is me being a bitch. I'm done being nice. Why are you so fucking stupid, Steve? How do you think your daughter feels about you constantly coming out here and lying? Because according to y'all, she was all up into true crime and cared about truth. Isn't there even a video of her saying that Kaylee Goncalves, FBI? Isn't there one of those out there? You think she would appreciate you being such a fucking liar? With so many damn receipts out here to prove that you're such a liar? Or is she used to you being a liar so she wouldn't be shocked at all? Why are you so stupid, Steve? Is Sean Hannity going to care that Steve is sitting here baiting a lie to his audience? Probably not, because it got him thousands of views. So he doesn't give a shit that it's a lie. Why are you so stupid, Steve? There is no prints on this damn knife sheath. It's literally like somebody wiped it down. There's no prints. There's no prints. No prints. No prints. I mean, it's only 8 pages. I'm just going to sit here and scroll it. There's no prints. Okay. Let me also take y'all down to another report. Let's see, which one was this one? Okay, here it is. On December 5th, when they went in and swabbed the internal pocket, what date was that one? Is where they finally have pictures showing all the fingerprint dust. This is just where I put them all in numerical order from the report number and put the front page on it so that it can be more of like a little index. That's what I'm looking at here. So I can get the right report for 12/5. Is this it right here? Yeah. So report number 13 is going to show us what the knife sheath looked like after, and we don't have an unredacted one for that because Jack Decor's name is on the top of that list. So, you know, they did all that dumb shit. Let's see, where's the photos? There should be photos in here of the knife sheath with all of the frickin' powder all over them. This is all the DNA analytics. We went through all of this stuff too in a live, going through the breakdown. Oh shit, it's not there. Did I pass it up? Pretty sure it was supposed to be on this one. I could have sworn that we had photos of this thing. Maybe they're in the other report. That's weird. Okay. Well, I'll pull it out later and find it, but we've all seen it. It's the one that shows the knife sheath all dark. Dark as shit. But the point is this. There's no prints. They did the prints and there is none. They literally did it the same day that they were trying to pull anything else from it. Let's see the date that they actually signed this. What date was this one? The 17th through the 19th. So she had it for 2 days. And there was no prints found. Now, I will also mention this part right here. Do you see how it talks about how trace samples were collected on Post-it notes and placed in a manila envelope that was then repackaged with item 1, which item 1 is the knife sheath? If you go down looking through these reports, you'll see that those Post-its, those little pieces of trace evidence that was removed from the knife sheath and placed on Post-its were never tested. They were never tested. So there's no telling what they were, but they were never tested. But there's no prints on the sheath. So I don't know where he's getting this very exaggerated story from about, oh, they were going to take the cells and they were going to age them and they were going to see which ones were older and which ones were newer. No, they were not. There was nothing like that for them to even attempt that kind of testing. I don't know why he's exaggeratingly lying about that. That's crazy.
And then there was aged ones. There was some that had been dated. So they were going to say that whoever did this single source, one person's DNA, had touched this button multiple times on multiple days, at least 24 hours apart, because this is how we age these cells. These cells start dehydrating, and they were going to show that that person had touched it multiple times. It wasn't like...
Who lied to you, Steve? Probably no one. I think you're just making it up.
The cops walked over and said, hey, can you touch this pen? And then they pick the pen and go throw it in the crime scene and say, Hannity was there. He did it. No, it wasn't like that.
Yeah.
They had this down.
And it also had Maddie and Kaylee's blood on it. And people think it was planted, but when that knife is not there, there's a void in the blood splatter.
It was
on the
aspirated.
Bed. So
the blood was
clearly
aspirated.
It was there during, like he said, that's where he set it down. He set it down there and he left it there.
Sat it down. So now she's wanting to act like it was intentional. Sat it down is an intentional statement. So did he drop it because Xana came and interrupted what he was doing, or did he sit it there on purpose? Kristi, I need somebody within these two people to think a little bit before speaking, because what are you talking about?
Wow.
And,
there's little droplets. When you lose blood under pressure, it comes out like an air spray.
But things went awry for him. I definitely think things went awry for him. I mean, obviously he left that sheath. I think it's because of Xana, and I feel...
No. That's not true. It was found that day, and it was transferred over to MPD on the 14th. We have the chain of custody. No, that's not true. I don't know I don't know where that came from, but that's not true.
Horrible that Xana had to die that way. But
There were other injuries that indicated a fierce fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, very.
What a tough kid.
Yeah. Yeah. She was on her feet to the very end, fighting him with,
He's a big guy. I mean, this is kind of a safe college town. This is not
oh my gosh, yes.
Huge, massive,
I mean, you would go to this little town and be like, this is the most adorable little place ever. And this, beautiful college in the middle and cute little town.
The last homicide was like 8 years before, and it was a domestic violence type thing. And then you had to go like 14 years before you had some type of random type crime like this. So there was a real reason for people to feel safe there, and they still feel safe there. If you went there, there's still going to be people partying, passing out on the road, and nobody's taking advantage of them. It's still a safe town. We're not trying to take that away from them.
Yeah.
There's people passing out on the streets that aren't being assaulted. Is that what he just said? Is that what? What?
Like 14 years before you had some type of random type crime like this. So there was a real reason for people to feel safe there, and they still feel safe there. If you went there, there's still going to be people partying, passing out, on the road, and nobody's taking advantage of them. It's still a safe town. We're not trying to take that away from them.
Yeah.
But something like this smacks you. And to Idaho's, like, this guy wasn't one of us. He wasn't a citizen here. We didn't raise this monster. He was raised somewhere else.
So let me ask this question, because let's go to the timeline. 1:30, they leave the bar. They're at the grub truck. You know, we narrowed down the time that this guy, we have the surveillance video of his car going back and forth 4 times. And then he's in there at the exact
Story time. Houston. Some of you guys know this. I've talked about this a lot. A couple years ago, we had a press conference happen in Houston. And the chief of police had to come out and admit that over the last 4 to 6 years, they had released, deleted, unassigned, thrown away over 250,000 sexual assault and rape cases because they didn't have the manpower to work them. 250,000 sexual assault and rape victims were never told that their case was dismissed, not investigated, and that they were never going to see justice happen. They had to come out and admit that. That's 250,000 sexual assault and rape cases over 4 years that were not added to Houston's crime rates that they advertised to people to get them to move to Houston. 250,000. That's 250,000 cases. That's 250,000 victims that never even got a phone call. Kerrville does it too. They all do. It's safe on paper, Steve. You listen to reports, interviews. There's people constantly walking into people's houses. There's homeless guys cleaning bloody knives off in bathrooms. What are you talking about? He can't really believe his own bullshit, can he? Like, I really wonder what happens when he gets off camera. Does he finally just like let his shoulders down and be like, oh, it's finally over because the act is done? Because there's just like no way that he really just sits here and just believes the shit that he spews. Amazing. Amazing.
Period of time where they have an estimated time of death. Okay, here's what I didn't really understand, because you had one.
Actually, they don't. They do not. The coroner already told us they never bothered. They never bothered to do liver testing. They cannot give us a time of death based off of forensic medical science calculations because they claim the 8-hour delay ruined that for them. They're basing all of that on technology, cell phone data, movements from phone activity. They're not basing that on science. They're not basing that on anything other than Dylan's story and phone messages.
One girl alive knew something horrible happened, was scared, saw a stranger in the house, had to have heard some noise. Mm-hmm. And I'm not blaming this young girl. I feel terrible for her too. She lost her friends.
Have you read anything? Don't even answer. Oh my God.
I'm sure she feels horrible, and I don't want her to. I'm going to be very, I think this.
I highly doubt it. Like, honestly, I highly doubt it.
It's just so traumatic for any kid. She's scared to death, locks the door, probably just wants to put a pillow over her head and not want to hear anything at that point. Just my guess. So that's between 4:10 and 4:05 and 4:25 in the morning, and they don't discover this happen until afternoon?
Yeah.
And then
So, oh my God. There's no reason for him to be blanketing this like this. Again, tell me your entire career has been scripted for you without telling me. I mean, damn, it's so obvious.
they don't even tell you.
No. Yeah. The 911 was called at 11:58. So they called.
But there were kids. If you look at the Netflix documentary, long before, kids.
This motherfucker just said, if you watch the documentary, what about all the hundreds of hours of body cam and interviews that us as a YouTube community has actually FOIA'd from the Moscow Police Department that shows the facts of all of this, Sean? The documentary? You've secured your place on the level of loser for the rest of eternity, idiot.
Knew something was
My
up.
God.
They were texting your daughter. They were texting Maddie. They were texting all of them, and they weren't getting a normal response.
You got that from the documentary and not from Dylan's freaking cell phone records that released 8 months ago? Fired. You're fucking fired. Fired. Somebody needs to fire him. Wow.
So the kids moved in. Why aren't they answering? Something's up. Let me see what's up.
They learned, and this got to be fixed. They let the university.
Because it was going to be clicks real quick for the Netflix thing. This shit's been out for a few days now. This is pathetic. This is so pathetic.
Know before anyone else, and then their phones go with an alert.
Well, the university put out an alert, which the cops wish they didn't put out.
Yeah.
And then those kids start crying in front of the cops saying, you don't need to tell me anymore. The university just told me.
Yeah.
Before anyone's tried to contact us, talk to the parents.
They should have coordinated with the police.
Yeah, and I'm not here to say there's a perfect way to do this. It's just we got it. These are like little notes that,
Yeah.
It is that is a question that we have as well. Why wasn't 911 called sooner? We don't know. We can't say because we weren't in those shoes. Like, I hate when people try to say, if I was Steve and Kristi, I wouldn't have done this. I would have done this. I would have said this. I would have said that. I wouldn't have done that.
What the fuck do what y'all have to do with anything got to do with that 911 call? For one. Two completely different scenarios. You both failed. You both suck. And there's nothing you're ever going to say that's changed my mind about what happened with you two that day. So I will continue to judge you for your lack of give a shit for your child, because we know the facts that surround that amount of I don't give a damn. But go ahead and keep lying. Go ahead and keep up this fake whatever the hell. What is she on to make her do this weird whatever the hell's going on with no red eyes and nothing flustering her face? Because this is like the biggest act I think we've seen her put on.
Is a question that we have as well. Why wasn't 911 called sooner? We don't know. We can't say because we weren't in those shoes. Like, I hate when people try to say, if I was Steve and Kristi, I wouldn't have done this. I would have done this. I would have said this. I would have said that. I wouldn't have done that.
This is the girl that ran into him.
Bitch, I know I'm going to leave my house for my child. I know if someone calls me and tells me that they think my daughter just got shot at a party, I'm hopping on the first thing with wheels and I'm out of here. I think everybody in this damn chat agrees. I don't think a single damn person listening to my voice now or in the future or in the past will ever agree with them doing absolutely nothing that day. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, actually. And remember, Steve just had a whole medical situation on an airplane when they were on the way to New York to do the Good Morning America bullshit or whatever the hell, the Today Show, whatever. And she just sat there waiting for him to come back and talk to her. What if he wouldn't have? He got up, tells her he's not feeling good, hightails it to the bathroom. Emergency shit starts going over the speakers. People start rushing to the back of the plane. And her ass just sits there. You hoping for him to croak so you can collect an insurance check? Where is your give a shit for your child, for your husband? I mean, what? I've seen people hustle faster for their freaking pet lizard. What is wrong with you? There is something severely wired wrong with these people, sober or not. None of this is okay. And the fact they keep making excuses for it instead of regretting it, that tells you everything there too.
Saw him.
Yes. Like, so what people say.
I think that's judgmental. And you know what? You and I are grown men. I loved your comments. They picked the wrong family.
Yeah.
I loved when you said that during sentencing.
Yeah.
And then when you murdered my daughter, you didn't just take a life, you shattered others. I mean, those are words that I could hear coming out of my mouth. And I applaud you for it. You attacked what you could never be. What a very powerful remark that you made. And in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far behind that house. You stole my peace. You steered my every, altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. I've been changed by your cruelty. You made that comment. I mean, both of you, I don't know, I give you a lot of credit and you're not giving up. And but with all this evidence, which is why I keep going back to the timeline, keep going back that we have an eyewitness in this.
Yes.
And she's identified him, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you have the forensics, then you have the videos.
Speaking of, hey baby, how you doing?
Okay. It seems like a slam dunk.
Yeah.
That's why I don't know why they didn't go forward with it in the first place.
And by the way, Ariel's always had issues with Dylan. Y'all know that. She's never once given Dylan any little bit of anything. She doesn't trust Dylan. I don't trust Dylan. She don't trust Dylan. Love you too. So funny.
One of my things.
She don't trust Dylan. Oh, from day one before we moved. Her standing behind me as I'm sitting at my other computer where we used to live before we moved, listening to stuff. Nah, Dylan has been a problem. From day one. Yeah. Big issue.
When we had a call with the prosecutor's office after they did the plea, which was on that Monday, I was screaming like at the top of my lungs. I was like, Bill, I don't understand. We have it, we had all the evidence. Why just package him up a gift? You gave him a gift. Why did you give him a gift for no reason?
Yeah.
Like, you think and at this time what
is she freaking talking about?
It was on that Monday. I was
slam dunk.
Yeah.
That's why I don't know why they didn't go forward with it in the first place.
One of my things, when we had a call with the prosecutor's office after they did the plea, which was on that Monday, I was screaming like at the top of my lungs. I was like, Bill, I don't understand. We have it, we had all the evidence.
No, you didn't. They have nothing.
Why just package him up a gift? You gave him a gift. Why did you give him a gift for no reason? Like, you think and at this time we had no.
She's constantly lying. There's no one that can look at Dylan's story and say that she's being honest. Regardless of how anybody lands when it comes to Bryan, okay? There's nobody that can listen to Dylan and say that she's being honest or that it's trauma, because it's not. She was able to recite every little bitty thing that she wanted to the second that the cops started asking questions. There was no lapse in memory. She didn't have issues trying to think about what happened. It was coming to her like that. That's not trauma. She was instantly able to recollect very specific and very elongated details. No, it's not trauma. It's manipulation and lying. If we would have known way back then what we know now about she didn't call Bethany, Bethany called Dylan, Dylan was not calling Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, or Ethan, and then suddenly called Bethany, and Bethany was the only one that answered the way that we were told. It's the opposite. Bethany called Dylan asked Dylan if she heard this freaking firecracker type noise or saw a light, and Dylan apparently said no, and then tells Bethany about the man, only then does Dylan then go and call Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. She didn't give a shit about doing any of that beforehand. And that's the story that we were told. Dylan heard all of this. Dylan saw all of this. She called everybody to check on him. Ended up going down to Bethany's room because she's the only one that answered the phone. No. Bethany called Dylan, and that was the domino that started everything else. That was the first flap of the butterfly wings, was Bethany calling Dylan. That matters so freaking much, it's not even funny. That is such an important detail. And they glance right over it like that doesn't even exist. No. No
idea what had happened to the other kids. I mean, we knew they had all been stabbed to death. And we barely knew what had happened to
But the
Kaylee.
other kids knew before. Nobody had gone to look, even though all this had happened. And then they're all...
Dylan went up 2 flights of stairs not long before the 911 call was made. A flight before that, moved around, didn't sleep all night, was up taking videos and photos and deleting shit and social media and messages and everything else. What are you talking about? Dylan stuff shows she went up 2 flights of stairs, according to a timeline apparently made by the police. That's in a book that I can't verify because Moscow's telling me it doesn't exist. But neither here nor there. That's what it apparently says. That her activity that Turvey gave to Whitcomb says she went up 2 flights of stairs before the 911 call was made. And other movements. Plus, we have her phone records from the court themselves, not from an expert that gave some shit to somebody else who put it in a book, from the court. Multiple. They went back and forth with it. We even have some of Bethany's phone activity and stuff now. This guy hasn't bothered. Everyone who watches him on Fox or on his own show should be bothered by his lack of give a shit to detail here. How do you talk about a case for so long and not bother to do your own due diligence and look into things? It's actually pretty astounding.
All the friends are missing it. Really found out from the people outside the house, you know, that were, I mean, clearly your daughter, Maddie, that whole group eat.
Exactly. What's the point of hiding anything? What is the point of lying about anything if you don't have anything to hide? If your stance in this is so innocent and you're really just a victim, then why are you not being honest about what happened? And why every time you tell your story, does it change? The truth doesn't change. The truth is a constant. Now, this person's truth and this person's truth might be different than the real truth, but the base is always going to be the same. And even Dylan's base has completely changed. It went from seeing this person go the direction of the kitchen to, oh, they locked eyes as the person was walking out the slider door. It went from, did you recognize or did you see what color his eyebrows were? No, I don't remember what his eyes looked like either. Oh my God, bushy eyebrows. It stared at me. Didn't talk to me. He just looked at me all crazy with one eye and one eyebrow. What? Again, she wasn't drinking. Not the way that everyone has been made to believe. She was sipping on 4% seltzers, taking care of people that were more drunk than her. Remember that? Admitted she didn't touch another drop of anything after she got home, and they got home a lot earlier than what we were originally told. Her and Lakeland did. And then she ate snacks. Did all kinds of stuff. Never went to sleep. Added contacts to her phone. Talked to all kinds of people that we don't know about. The truth doesn't change. And there's not a single time that Dylan has ever told a story where it's remained the same. Not a single time.
Then the whole group is all very popular, right?
Yeah.
By the way, one other bizarre thing. Why did they knock the house down? What the hell was that?
Yeah.
Well, that's a huge voting block right there. You got to be careful who you're going to mess with. That town's got 10,000 people. Guess how many people are in that university? 25. And they get the vote out. Get the vote out. Well,
How did we turn from house to voting? What?
That were, clearly your daughter, Maddie, that whole group, Ethan, the whole group, Xana, all very popular, right?
Yeah.
By the way, one other bizarre thing, why did they knock the house down? What the hell was that?
Yeah.
Well, that's a huge voting block right there. You got to be careful who you're going to mess with. That town's got 10,000 people. Guess how many people are in that university? 25. And they get the vote out. Get the vote out. Well, that vote's 25,000 people. So if you want to stand up against that university, good luck.
Yeah, we fought that too. We fought that.
That says a lot. If you want to stand up against that university, good luck. I mean, most of us believe that the university is very well aware of the situation and is involved in the cover-up of the whole thing. So that's a crazy statement to make, Steve. Is that the reason why you're suing WSU and not the university? I mean, you could technically, I guess, sue the university for emotional distress. Oh my God, they sent a vandal alert and we weren't aware. Oh no. I mean, that's probably all you really got, I guess. I don't know. But you could be suing MPD. You could be doing other shit. Instead, you're suing the school. Over there. All the complaints you have about this investigation and everything else, and you're suing Washington, which is just wild behavior. But see, the whole story with the house, that doesn't even make sense either. And we're kind of getting some different stories here, which is, I guess, something that we're going to have to look into, I guess, ourselves. Maybe. I don't even think that's going to even accomplish anything. What we've been told is the house was donated by the owner to the university, and the university tore it down. But in the interview room, his wife, she went in and they started getting a bunch of financials. And there was one part where they were talking about the house. And they were talking about money that the university got from the state. And there was a comment about the house being bought by the university for like X amount of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And Chris with the interview room put that comment on the screen. And I found that odd, considering that his wife was the one doing all the footwork into the financials of that. And we've been told that the house was donated to the school. So why the shit would you put that up on the screen when your wife's been doing so much work? Is that what you have discovered, that they actually paid the owner for the house and that we were lied to about it being a donation? Because honestly, I'm still on the fence on which one's true. I don't know which one is real. We also know that they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, but only $3,000 on counseling. They got like $1 million plus from the state. Donations from alumni and organizations and companies from across the world. So I don't know. I don't know the truth about the house. I don't know if it was donated and then they ripped it down, or if they basically just like, you don't have a choice. We're buying this house from you and we're destroying the damn thing. I mean, you could either take it or leave it. You can either leave with the paycheck or we're just going to do what we want to do. I mean, who knows? You heard what he just said. You don't go up against the university.
That were, clearly your daughter, Maddie, that whole group, Ethan, the whole group, Xana, all very popular, right?
Yeah.
By the way, one other bizarre thing, why did they knock the house down? What the hell was that?
Yeah.
Well, that's a huge vote.
And see, that's why this is why it's even more confusing, because we were told this was real simple, that the owner wanted to just donate it and let the school handle it because of the situation and the community and blah, blah, blah. Him making this statement, that changes so much. That changes so much.
That were, clearly your daughter, Maddie, that whole group, Ethan, the whole group, Xana, all very popular, right?
Yeah.
By the way, one other bizarre thing, why did they knock the house down? What the hell was that?
Yeah.
Well, that's a huge voting block right there. You got to be careful who you're.
And not just that. I don't know if Ariel knows this part. I think I mentioned this to her though. Like, they basically disintegrated what was left. They didn't just take the pieces off to some dump somewhere. They basically like burned and chemically disintegrated anything that was left of that house. And they tried to say that it was because They didn't want people to go and like try to get souvenirs of it from places or try to figure out where it was and try to get pieces of it and whatever. But they like literally, it's gone. There's no remnants left. They disintegrated the existence of that house. That's crazy. That's excessive. In a secret location. Yes, at that. Why? Why? And they started the teardown in the middle of the freaking night practically. It was like 4 something in the morning. The sun hadn't even began to crack over the horizon, and they started bulldozing that house down. Just for safety reasons, that shit doesn't make any sense. They didn't have a bunch of spotlights out. It was dark when you start seeing it actually happening. That's shady as shit too. That makes no sense.
Gonna mess with. That town's got 10,000 people. Guess how many people are in that university? 25. And they get the vote out. Get the vote out. Well, that vote's 25,000 people. So if you want to stand up against that university, good luck.
Yeah, we fought that too. We fought that. We fought
At
that
some
tooth and
point,
nail.
there may, there's always.
Did you, Kristi? Because I seem to remember your Facebook post, and we've talked about this since the very beginning. I actually mentioned this like the day that the house got destroyed. We talked about this. They didn't fight anything. Steve and Steve Jr. were off on some island vacation as the house was being destroyed. Not the whole family. Just the Steves on some, I don't know what island. They went somewhere. They went on some vacation for like a week. They didn't fight tooth and nail. They could have had Shannon file some sort of injunction. They could have looked more into the laws of what they needed to do and put their money where their mouths were and filed something with the court. They didn't. They went on a boys' trip. Pretty sure it's still on their Facebook page.
There's a chance that at some point there might be some technology that might be able to come up. I mean, the things now, I'm friends with the FBI director. I was friends with the deputy FBI director, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino's been on this podcast, both, and so is Kash. And, there's so much stuff that they have available. And, you two remind me a little bit of 2 people that I've gotten to know over the years, and this is a compliment in both cases.
Oh, God.
One is John Walsh. He did America's Most Wanted.
Yes.
After what happened to his son,
There's
Adam.
stories about him.
The other is a very dear friend, Nancy Grace.
Love Nancy.
Do you know her story?
Yeah.
How does no one not know Nancy's story? She never shuts up about it. It's the most disrespectful shit I've ever seen in my life. I feel so bad for Nancy's freaking husband and father to her twins, because every show she brings up how her fiance Keith got killed. We know, ma'am. We know. This is also interesting that he says it like this, because at this point, they've already announced publicly that Nancy Grace is on the board of their little foundation. So it's interesting he says it like this, because shouldn't he know that? I feel like he should know that.
It's a compliment in both cases. One is John Walsh. He did America's Most Wanted.
Yes.
After what happened to his son, Adam.
The
other is a very dear friend, Nancy Grace.
Love Nancy.
Do you know her story?
Ew, look at her. Love Nancy. She's a freaking super fan. Did you see that? Watch her face.
It's a compliment in both cases. One is John Walsh. He did America's Most Wanted.
Yes.
After what happened to his son, Adam. The other is a very dear friend, Nancy Grace.
Love Nancy.
Do you know her story?
She's on our board.
19, fiance killed.
Yep.
She shrunk to 80 pounds.
Yeah.
Devastated. She waited decades before she got married and had kids. And now she's proudly sending, her kids off to college.
Good for her. Got her power back.
But when she talks about crime, this is not manufactured. She even yelled at me on my own show one time.
It's scripted just like you, but go off.
It surprised me.
I said, why am I losing hope? It was about the Savannah Guthrie case at the time. And she goes, Sean, who said this is going to be? And she just ripping me
Yeah.
on my own show. I'm like, thanks, Nancy. We are friends. I love you. And she's been on the podcast too. Hey, since 1879,
Hey, I don't care.
there are people never going away. So let's move where we are.
Mm-hmm.
The facts are what they are. The evidence is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
The pain is never going away. All those wounds, I imagine, and I'm going to pray for both of you, and I mean that, they're going to be reopened. I know you're both tough, and I admire you both. But now he withdraws his plea. You were on my show that night. And, okay, you prepared for all that?
Yeah. Yep. I if that's where this is going to take us, I do pray, and I always am asking God to open doors that need to be open and close doors that need to be closed. And sometimes, God, you're going to have to take my hand and drag me through that door, because sometimes I'm not going to know. So if this is what's happening, I feel this is a door that God is opening for some reason. And sometimes you don't always know that reason right now. Like we don't know why, we lost Kaylee the way we did. And I know that's not God's fault.
Steve just gulped real heavy there.
Always know that reason right now. Like we don't know why, we lost Kaylee the way we did. And
that's interesting. I'm not an expert. I don't know. I
always know that reason right now. Like we don't know why, we lost Kaylee the way we did. I know.
I don't know what to think about that. And I know people swallow. I know we all make spit in our mouths, and eventually we all have to swallow, okay? But it's just the timing is strange.
That God is opening for some reason, and sometimes you don't always know that reason right now. Like we don't know why, we lost Kaylee the way we did. I know that's not God's fault. I did for a long time. We fought. We still fight. But I feel this is God's will.
You said you fight with God?
Yeah,
Yes.
like it could or it couldn't.
I think he's going to win.
It might be just bad timing, or I don't know. It's just odd to me. It's odd.
Oh yeah,
It's not a fight you want.
Yeah.
She's just fighting with me. She could just keep going.
No, I argue.
I'm not making light of it, but I mean, in other words, you are saying, I think a very human emotion, which is why.
Yeah.
Why did I lose my daughter?
Yeah.
Why did this happen?
Why? Why didn't you stop it? Why couldn't you?
And I know that it's neither here nor there, but the main reason, and if Ariel's still listening to this, she's heard me complain about this a shit ton of times over her entire lifetime. My grandmother did this shit. Okay? My grandmother was married to my mother's father for years. They moved around all the time. He was in the military. He was pretty high up in the military. I can't remember which branch, honestly. He wasn't really a part of my life. He sucked. I've seen him twice before he died. That man was an abusive piece of shit. He didn't take care of them. He was a horrible person. Horrible. So when she remarried my grandpa that I know, okay, the man that she married that I've known my entire life, when she married him, my whole life, I've heard her do nothing but talk about my biological grandfather constantly, right in front of my actual grandfather. I'm almost 40. The shit never stopped. She passed away in December. She did it up until her death. Just every day, every conversation she possibly could, just right in front of him. And I'm thinking, he sat here and picked you up from the ground where mom's dad actually left you with 6 kids that were not his, that he married you. He catered to your every need, as weak and as frail as his body has become from taking care of you your entire life, of you being bedridden and sick and on medications and in wheelchairs. And you've never showed him the respect to not talk about your ex-husband in front of him on a daily freaking basis and talk about memories and all these things and all these woes. And they were divorced for decades, and she wouldn't stop. And I've always hated it. My God, I have always hated it. I don't talk about my exes. I don't talk about my ex-husband. I don't talk about Don's father. I don't give a shit enough to talk about them on a daily basis, much less a yearly one. Unless somebody reminds me of their existence, because even looking at my own kids' faces, I made those kids. Nobody else did. Okay. I am some sort of person who just created them out of myself. That's how my brain just works, because I don't care to think about none of that. On top of constantly bringing it up, okay? So it probably perturbs me a lot more than it does other people, the way that Nancy Grace does that shit, because I've seen it, and I've seen my grandpa's face when it has happened, and I've not liked it my entire adult life. So when she does it in every single episode, every time I'm just like, I feel so bad for her husband. Not just her husband, I feel bad for her kids, because all they ever hear is her talking about a man that they never got the chance to meet, that has nothing to do with their existence, and it's her obsession. It bothers the shit out of me so bad it's not even funny. My God, it pisses me off. And again, it probably pisses me off a lot more than it should, because I've seen it outside looking in and not appreciated it. You know, I probably sound ridiculous to some people, but I've watched it and I don't like it. So yeah,
You've done this or this, you know, you're God, you know.
Why do good things happen to bad people?
Yeah.
I mean, why do bad things happen to good people?
Yeah. So
I understand.
I feel that this, you know, God is looking out for us, and maybe this is because the first time around it was wrong, and this time around he's going to make sure it's done right, you know, and that is the death penalty. You know, and you know, in Idaho, we have the firing squad now. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next week. But it's also the type of life that he lives in prison. Death row is different than,
Wait a minute.
You know.
He's getting a PhD in prison.
I mean,
seriously?
And vegan meals.
What?
No one has ever produced any proof whatsoever that Kohberger is currently studying his PhD while he is incarcerated. Just like he doesn't have $40,000 on his books to pay for an attorney. Just like he's not writing a book. They just come up with shit, bro.
And that is the death penalty. You know, and you know, in Idaho.
The whole time, how long we've been live? 3.5 hours, and it's just the wrong banner the whole time. You're the first person to say something. Okay, I'm gonna fix it.
We have the firing squad now. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next week. But it's also the type of life that he lives in prison. Death row is different than,
Wait a minute.
You know.
He's getting a PhD in prison.
I mean,
seriously?
And vegan meals.
What?
And vegan meals.
Well, because he's vegan.
Vegan meals.
Yeah, vegan meals. I mean,
I bet those are delicious.
These are the worst of our society, and we've gotten to the point where we think vegan meals is an acceptable part of punishment for murdering innocent people. I mean, what's wrong with this?
You don't need a PhD.
No, it's a waste of our time and energy.
Waste of our time, our money, and I don't care. Rot in your prison cell until your number comes up.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. I don't agree with freaking Leilani getting a GED. What was her name? Leilani Simon, whatever. Quentin's piece of shit biological egg donor. She didn't deserve to get her degree. She's a freaking waste of space. There's also no proof at all that Bryan's currently doing anything of the such. If anything, it looks like he's trying to prove his innocence and go back to court and get out so he can actually get it done right. You know, at a school around people where normal people do things. That's what it sounds like he's trying to do. So this is weird, Steve. Why do you keep coming up with shit? Cy tell you that the same way that he tried to say that Ann Taylor goes and sees him all the time, even though Turvey, who's actually spoken to Ann Taylor since everything happened, has said that she hasn't spoken to Kohberger once in over a year since the plea. Is that where you're getting your little new info from? Cy sure is playing everybody like a fiddle, isn't he?
Gotten to the point where we think vegan meals is an acceptable part of punishment for murdering innocent people. I mean, what's wrong with this?
You don't need a PhD.
No, it's a waste of our time and energy.
Waste of our time, our money, and I don't care. Rot in your prison cell until your number comes up.
Yeah.
So the softness that we have in courtrooms, and I'll tell you, man, I've sat at a table like that with another prosecutor and got so involved in a conversation, they just walked off and left.
Yeah.
I said, if you're going to defend what happened to my kid, get out of here. I'm done.
I might have to hire security for you.
You realize he's talking about CrimeCon. And it wasn't a prosecutor the last time he talked. It was a defense attorney when he told the story last time. How do I know your shit better than you do, Steve? Wow.
In a conversation, they just walked off and left.
Yeah.
I said, if you're going to defend what happened to my kid, get out of here. I'm done.
I might have to hire security for you because you remind me too much of myself. You're going to be the person that gets up and pounds this shit.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I don't mean that.
Steve is never going to do a hot damn thing because he's never done a hot damn thing. He's air. He should be floating. What? Security for a nanny, you mean? A nanny? A handler? Not a security guard. He needs a handler. Someone to keep him in check. His wife sucks, doesn't do her job. Literally at all.
I feel the same emotion as you would. I mean, I really do. I mean, to the extent that anyone could ever, you always try to put yourself in other people's shoes.
Exactly.
And I would be raging.
Oh, yeah.
I would be angry.
I'm 5'1", and I feel like I feel that I have so much rage in me for what he did. I feel that I could rip him apart, which is obviously not. I mean, he's a grown man.
Actually, you never.
But I feel.
Go for the eyes.
15 years, I can teach you.
Go for the eyes and the neck.
Just let me in the room with him. Let me in the room. Just let me at him. Like, I just think it. I have so much rage about, and some of the injuries that Kaylee have had.
That's bully type behavior.
We never found the murder weapon either.
Bully type behavior. Why does he keep using buzzwords that don't belong where they are being inserted? And notice again, her eyes are not red. You can see the whites of her eyes from here. Her eyes are not red. Her face is not flushed, and there's no tears coming down her face. Why does she keep doing this fake crying thing? You're a mother who actually lost your child in a horrific way. Where's your actual emotions? And people can say, oh, well, it's okay for Bryan not to show him. Bryan's autistic. Okay? They're not autistic. Unless they're just not diagnosed. I mean, I don't freaking know. They're not autistic. There's no reason for this. There's no medical reason for her to be faking it. But that's all I'm seeing. She's been sitting here this entire time. Her body language is completely relaxed. It's like she's lounging at her own freaking house on her own freaking living room furniture. And she is not showing what she's trying to show. This is an act. This is a huge act. Gypsy Rose would be jealous of what the hell is going on here. She wishes. She wishes. My God.
It's so
We're working on that.
over excessive. We are.
We're working on that. This is the family that doesn't quit.
So.
Our prosecutor might have quit, and I would love to make him look like a fool. So if we can find this, I will make that man look like a fool.
Well, it has to be along that path somewhere.
If you can find what? I don't even understand what the frick they're even talking about right here.
Could rip him apart, which is obviously not.
I'm really trying to figure, what are you talking about? What do you want to find to show that Thompson's a dumb shit? What?
I'd have to hire security for you because you remind me too much of myself. You're going to be the person that gets up and pounds this shit.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I don't mean that. I feel the same emotion as you would. I mean, I really do.
I'm going to leave that there for a minute.
I mean, to the extent that anyone could ever, you always try to put yourself in other people's shoes.
Exactly.
And I would be raging.
Oh, yeah.
I would be angry.
I'm 5'1", and I feel like I feel that I have so much rage in me for what he did. I feel that I could rip him apart, which is obviously not. I mean, he's a grown man.
Actually, you never.
But I feel.
Go for the eyes.
15 years, I can teach you.
See how instantly, as soon as she's like, oh, well, obviously not, and she changed her entire tone. Fake as fuck. Fake. fake. What?
Guys in the neck.
Wow.
Just let
what I
me in
said.
the room with
Bro.
them. Let me in the room. Just
Study weird.
let me at him. Like, I just think I have so much rage about, and some
Yeah.
of the injuries that Kaylee have had.
That's bully type behavior.
Just,
We never found the murder weapon either.
Oh,
No.
that's what they're talking about.
it's so
We're working on that.
over excessive. We are.
We're working
is.
on that.
We
This
are.
is the family that doesn't quit. Our prosecutor might have quit, and I would love to make him look like a fool. So if we can find this, I will make that man look like a fool.
Well, it has to be along that path somewhere.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be.
He doesn't want me to find it.
I bet
He
you
doesn't.
never
He
even
wants us
tried to
all to
look.
go to bed and go to sleep.
How much do you want to bet they've never even gone out there to look? How much do you want to bet he's never even bothered purchasing a metal detector and taking his little fucking happy ass down to Snake River or wherever anybody else said anywhere it might have happened? I bet you he's never bothered to look. I haven't seen a single freaking report claiming that the police even went to go look anywhere. The only searching that we've actually ever seen was from that Jason Jensen freaking private PI dude who decided not long before the plea actually to go out and do some sort of search along the Pullman-Moscow highway, and then we never heard anything about it ever again. I bet you anything Steve has never even bothered to try to go look for anything. But go ahead and keep talking, Steve.
We will make sure that,
And make this
law
all
enforcement is there, but we are in connection with, I think, some really good people. And we wouldn't just be like, look what no, we would make sure it's
this
done
isn't
right.
false hope.
But yeah.
You mean you wouldn't do it like Adventures with Purpose and post it on your Facebook first? Well, thank you for that, Kristi.
Some really good people.
Oh my God.
And we wouldn't just be like, look what no, we would make sure it's
this
done
isn't
right.
false hope.
But yeah.
You're obviously religious and you have
Yeah.
God in your life, and
Yes.
faith is.
I'm just not even going to say anything.
important to you. And I love your just open honesty that you argue with God, because I think a lot of people would do the same thing in that situation. Why me, God? Why Kaylee? Et cetera. And, I remember I was friends with Charlie Kirk. He's such a great kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
And I remember that moment, I think it was at his memorial, because we say the Lord's Prayer, which I think is the most important prayer. Forgive us as we forgive others. Okay. Jesus died on the cross. What did he say? Forgive them, Father. They know not what they do. Okay. I believe all that. Well, it's the most important. My faith is the most important thing in my life. But then when Erica at the memorial said, I forgive you, I remember wondering what I would do if I would be in that space.
That's really what we're doing right now.
I sense you want to be there. Okay. I don't know if you are, but I believe God will give you the strength for the time to get there. You can talk. How do you think about that?
I do think about that a lot. And Steve and I think about that, talk about that a lot, because I'm like, God.
I mean, y'all already know who I am in this realm of things, but I can't lie. Because you're not supposed to. Yeah. You notice Steve Jr. has been wearing the cross hat. They pass it around. No, they don't know how to not lie. I don't think they know what honesty even means.
God wants, according to the Bible, we need to forgive him, like we need to forgive him. But Steve said he's never asked for forgiveness. He's never showed an ounce of remorse.
How the fuck are you supposed to ask for forgiveness for something that you didn't do? Maybe somebody needs to explain that one to you, Kristi.
He's claiming, that he didn't do this. So what do we forgive him? I guess that's our way out of not forgiving.
That's our way out of not. You don't know what it means to be godly or Christian or religious or fucking anything, do you, Kristi? Because see, even I know that doesn't matter. Even I know that if you really are what you're claiming to be, none of that matters. You do what your Bible tells you to do. It doesn't matter what the other person thinks or says or feels or anything else. You forgive because your God tells you to. It doesn't matter what the other side says. So you're using this for bullshit. You're not religious. You're fake as fuck. But go off and keep trying to make people believe that you're something that you're not. You can't even follow the simple protocols that you've been given for your religion. Look at you making all the excuses possible. That's crazy. That's actually pretty crazy.
Never asked for forgiveness. He's never showed an ounce of remorse. He's claiming, that he didn't do this. So what do we forgive him? I guess that's our way out of not forgiving him.
Wrestling with God.
Wrestling with it, kind of. But
do you wrestle with God about the fact that you abandoned your oldest child, Steve? Do you wrestle with God, Kristi, about the fact that you were such a incompetent, asshole-less bitch that you made that man choose between his child and you, and he was dumb enough to choose you? Do y'all feel any remorse for that at all? No, you don't. You throw Bible scriptures at your child that has addiction and alcohol problems because of your failures and go on about your life. I hate these people, bro. Like it's really just that part. I really hate these people.
I talk to God a lot about that, and I say, God, I know I'm supposed to forgive him, but
yeah,
how do I forgive him? He did such horrible things, and my thing with what he did was.
Watch her. We already know why. Watch her.
I know I'm supposed to forgive him, but how do I forgive him? He did such horrible things, and my thing with what he did was so intentional for somebody to intentionally hurt your child, intentionally plan it. I mean, he planned this.
It was a fantasy.
And Kaylee wasn't even recognizable. He did so much damage to her face. And,
ma'am, how long can you possibly talk like this and still nothing is coming out of your eyeballs? It's been like 4 minutes straight. And there's no freaking tears. There's nothing. Her eyes are not red. She's not starting to get puffy. Her cheeks are not getting redder. What the frick is happening? I can't believe Sean Hannity is just sitting here like listening to this shit and actually thinking that this is like legitimately how people are supposed to freaking act. Jesus.
She struggled and she fought him. And I can only imagine what took place. I envision it. I envision what took place in that house that night. And I feel like he is a demon. I feel like he is like the devil himself.
It's possessed.
And
he's possessed. He just said Kohberger is possessed. You heard that?
And I feel like he is a demon. I feel like he is like the devil himself.
It's possessed.
And am I supposed to forgive a demon? Am I supposed to forgive the devil? Well,
honey baby, if you know shit about religion, you know Lucifer was the only one that wasn't a fucking liar. The devil was the only one that was ever honest. So if you really want to go there, I can prove you wrong there too. You sound ridiculous, ma'am. Does no one love these people enough to tell them how freaking ridiculous this is? To not tell them, get the hell off the cameras and quit talking. You're making a fool out of everyone. You're embarrassing people. You're embarrassing your daughter and her memory with your bullshit. My God.
There is something very non-human about him. And I know that from my impact statement, looking at him, the way he looked at me, and I don't know if he's human at all.
You think maybe soulless?
He has no soul. Look at his eyes. They're black.
Wouldn't that be the case of anybody that can murder?
Right?
Where's your heart, your conscience, right and wrong, your soul?
And these beautiful girls. And to go in there, and he went in there, he parked that car, and he said to himself, he entered that house with intent to kill.
Clear. There's no ambiguity about that.
I am killing somebody, whether it was Kaylee, Maddie, whether it was all of them. He went in there to intentionally do that. And I'm struggling with forgiving that.
I'm just gonna let her talk. I mean, what
maybe one day I wake up and I feel it like it's here. I could forgive him, but and now this, where he comes out and says, my truth is in my honesty, or my honesty is in my truth, or something like that. I mean, and I'm actually innocent. I'm just like, you were just so disgusting. Like, you put our families through enough. When does a person not say, I went in there and murdered their children?
I don't know, you dumb shit. Maybe because he didn't. So we can't say that. You know, it's amazing. If she'd actually read some shit, she'd understand why we are all here right now having the exact same opinion and looking at her like she's a clown. The fact they don't care enough about Kaylee to read the documents, to look through shit. I'm not telling you to look at her freaking autopsy report and envision all the wounds, but don't sit there and act like the evidence doesn't actually need to be looked at. Or shall I say, the lack thereof, the bullshit, the chain of custody issues, the lies. Like, this is dumb. This is actually so stupid.
So the gloves are about to come off. If anybody wants to entertain this appeal, if it goes, I will blast this case through the roof. So
he's already admitting now that he's never going to shut the fuck up, and he's going to keep on running his little dumbass mouth no matter what, even though he's been admonished in court how many times by Judge Hippler, and is the reason why the state stopped talking to him 4 years ago is because of the dumb shit that just came out of his mouth just now. He doesn't give a fuck about Kaylee. He doesn't care about justice or truth or anything else. He cares about what his little ego is going to let him look like in front of people. That's all he cares about. He just proved it. He just proved it. Blast what? Your $30,000 worth of ransom ass fake evidence that you actually don't even believe in anymore? Blast what? Your own lies and stupidity? Blast what? Amazing.
Said you don't kill and murder people and get an NDR. You don't get this non-disclosure agreement when you murder people. And that's what this court tried to do to me. They tried to like put a gag around my mouth. And
see, so Cy-Ray already told him before this interview that everything he's been out here spewing about why they didn't do the victimology was wrong. That them doing an interview and talking about Kaylee wouldn't have put a gag order on them. It wouldn't have made them witnesses. It wouldn't have stopped anything. He was just told this by Cy-Ray a week ago. And here he is repeating the same bullshit he's already been told it's not true. If there's people on their side that watch that Cy-Ray shit that he was on, and I know that they are because their little king and savior were right there on the screen, then they know that he was just told that that was false. Are they going to call him out for that? Are they going to start asking questions about why they didn't give a shit enough about their daughter to sit down with the cops and give them information about her life and her routine and her friends and things that they need to know to find out who actually killed her? Because they refused. Over this lie that he's telling right now. That again, he was told literally days before this interview was not true. And he's now repeating it with full knowledge. It's not true. He knew that all along. This is disgusting behavior.
Roof. I've always said you don't kill and murder people and get an NDR. You don't get this non-disclosure agreement when you murder people.
It's also NDA. Never heard of it, called an NDR before, Steve.
And that's what this court tried to do to me. They tried to like put a gag around my mouth and say that you can't talk about what happened to your family. So if they thought it was bad before, it'll be so much worse. So I hope that it just...
If they thought it was bad before, it's going to be so much worse. You're so fucking ignorant, Steve. There's nothing alpha about you. You are a beta all the way, because a true alpha knows how to actually handle situations. A true alpha knows when to step into place and when to shut the fuck up and step aside and let the real people do what they have to do and come back later and have an opinion when it's his turn. This is dumb. This is nothing but this. And you proven that you don't give a single shit about your child. If you want the truth to come out, then shut up, sit down, and let the damn evidence come out and play out in court without blasting shit all over the place and running your mouth everywhere. I mean, go ahead. I'm just going to keep running my mouth. Go ahead and give me all that content that you keep bitching about. I can't believe these are real humans here. These are real people. Like, do we know for a fact these are real people? I really feel like we're being punked over and over again. I really feel like we are being completely freaking lied to about everything. Who these people actually are. What this all seems so bullshit. I guess I just cannot wrap my brain around the fact that people that actually think like this exist. And I've been watching this now for like 4 years, and I am still flabbergasted by their behavior. I can't believe he's just sitting here and admitting that he doesn't care what he's been told by the prosecutors, by the police, by Judge Hippler, and again, what he was just told by Cy Ray. He doesn't care. He's going to keep coming out here and doing all of this, even worse. But, I mean, go ahead. You done came out here and told us about an Alford plea and made us understand how much of a liar you are. So if you just want us to keep doing our own little personal tally on you, Steve, go ahead and keep talking. Go ahead.
Your family. So if they thought it was bad before, it'll be so much worse. So I hope that it just is, they do their thing and it's over and done with. No. You know, they got their process. They should have this down, right? We shouldn't have to keep doing through 4 years later.
How is he supposed
rehashing this thing?
How are we supposed to get a fair trial now? I mean,
who's the professional?
How are we? Are you facing charges? Everyone just wants the facts. We just want the damn court to produce the information in front of a jury so that we can actually see the freaking truth. The truth. Not the hidden ass lies and the fabricated ass DNA freaking profiles. The truth. What a strange statement, Kristi.
If they thought it was bad before, it'll be so much worse. So I hope that it just is, they do their thing and it's over and done with. No. You know, they got their process. They should have this down, right? We shouldn't have to keep doing through 4 years later.
How is he supposed
rehashing this thing?
How are we supposed to get a fair trial now? I mean,
who's the professionals in the room?
When everybody knows the case, whether you've watched a documentary or watched the news, who you listen to, who you don't listen to. I mean, everybody has.
Everybody knows the case that watches the documentary or the news. Ugh. Stupid.
Fair trial now. I mean,
who's the professionals in the room?
When everybody knows the case, whether you've watched a documentary or watched the news, who you listen to, who you don't listen to. I mean, everybody has their own thoughts. I mean, there's people that think that he was framed. There's people that think that he's innocent.
Yeah.
Please.
Because we read documents and look at forensic evidence and we don't sit there and ignore what's being said to us. Unlike you.
Tell me you don't read a lot of the online crap.
She does, and it drives me crazy. She's in the.
They literally have forums and private chats where they discuss all kinds of shit, and they always have. They are in channels and in Facebook groups under fake fucking names, talking shit to people all the time, and you can tell because the dialect and the inflections are all the same. Oh, please don't tell me that you look up all of the online stuff. They are the online stuff. What you mean? They are the online stuff.
Bed next to me reading comments, and I'm just like, babe, stop wasting your brain cells.
As a friend, I'm just telling you, there are people, I call them, anonymous keyboard warriors in their parents' basement.
This dumb bitch doesn't have a single fact, doesn't even know Xana's damn name. Has a script on a teleprompter in his face every time he gets in front of a camera and has the nerve to talk. I'll challenge you to a fucking case fact face off any day of the week. Anybody on this goddamn screen. Anybody in general, actually. You're pathetic. And this isn't my mama's house, babe. This is mine. Mine. My mama don't have a house. I do. Just my house. No basement, though. I got a keyboard. I'm glad I don't watch the news. There's no way that I would even be half as smart as I actually am if I got my information from this dumb shit. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Like, babe, stop wasting your brain cells.
As a friend, I'm just telling you, there are people, I call them, anonymous keyboard warriors in their parents' basement.
It's my face, babe. What do you mean anonymous? Here he is. I don't like this dude. I'm getting real punchy. I don't like this dude.
In their underwear or naked, that have no life and just like to be mean and vicious and vile and hurt people.
People sitting in their mama's basements naked. What the fuck? What a weird ass statement. What the fuck?
She does, and it drives me crazy. She's in the bed next to me reading comments, and I'm just like, babe, stop wasting your brain cells.
As a friend, I'm just telling you, there are people, I call them, anonymous keyboard warriors in their parents' basement, in their underwear or naked, that have no life and just like to be mean and vicious and vile and hurt people. And you know what? If you don't believe me, just read comments about me. They're not often good.
Probably because you suck. You don't retain information. You read off a script and you're stupid. And look at me doing that fully clothed in my own house. Holy shit. Ugh. My God.
Yeah.
It's
I've really taken a step back in the last month and a half though. And my life has definitely been better because it was just.
Ma'am is on Facebook threatening people in the comments every 30 seconds. Go lie somewhere else, Kristi. Oh my God. You lying bee. What? You literally cuss people out, tell them to unfuck themselves, wish that Bryan gets out and goes to their house. And again, it doesn't matter what we think. It doesn't matter what the person that the threat is towards thinks. It matters what the intention and the thought process is of the person making the threat. She thinks he's a mass murderer that destroyed her daughter's face and killed her daughter and her daughter's best friend. And that's what she wants for that person. I get screenshots on a freaking every 5-minute damn basis of the shit this woman says on the internet. Oh, I've really taken a step back as I play with my lying ear. Are we for real? This is why Kaylee wasn't around these people very much. This is why all of Kaylee's friends that have done interviews and have talked about Kaylee's relationship with her parents have done nothing but talk about how it was strained. And there really wasn't one. I wouldn't want to be around this shit either. This is crazy. This is crazy.
I just couldn't take it. I mean, I was like, I just can't take this. All these people saying these things, it's hurtful.
Huh? Yeah,
but I did want to say something about the people ask us, and I read, people wonder if we went and saw Kaylee.
Mhm.
And no.
Why is she saying this again? She just said this. She just mentioned this. Why is she bringing it back up? We know they didn't see Kaylee. As a matter of fact, I think I've mentioned this before. I'll tell y'all this. Kara told me that when it came to cremation, that the way that it was told to her from Jeff is that Steve is the one who came and basically told everybody that everybody needed to be cremated, and everybody went from there. And the majority of people believe it's because Kaylee's face was smashed up the way that it was. So in order for everyone to be put to rest the same way, because she couldn't have an open casket, Steve wanted everybody to get cremated. That's how the story was relayed to me. After, again, they didn't go in and identify their daughter's body, which, again, I know that it's not necessary, but there's no way that anything could happen to one of my kids, and I'm just going to believe you without putting my hands on them and feeling the temperature change, feeling the stiffness in their body, feeling their skin change. There's no way I'm going to sit there and just believe it. You better show me. I don't care how fucked up they look. I want to see it. That's what closure really is. Seeing it actually happening. But that's the story I was told about the cremation. That it came from Steve. That's how Jeff approached Kara with it, and that's how it all happened. It's a bit crazy, don't you think?
To address it.
Hold on, I just respawned. Hold on.
Taking a step back. But
again, she just talked about this. Like somewhere over here, like we literally just talked about this in the beginning of this interview, and now she's bringing it up again. So obviously there's something in her mind that keeps bringing it up. She must regret this. And she keeps bringing it up in order to keep verbally saying her excuses out loud to make herself feel better. That's how this seems to me.
The last month and a half though, and my life has definitely been better because it was just, I just couldn't take it. I mean, I was like, I just can't take this. All these people saying these things, it's hurtful. But I did want to say something about the people ask us, and I read, people wonder if we went and saw Kaylee. Mm-hmm. And no, we didn't. But
I didn't even want to ask you that question. I purposely did not.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Did he forget they just talked about this a few minutes ago? Feel like he forgot to
address it because it is a big question that people ask, and this isn't necessarily the reason why, but we never asked do you want to come down and see her or anything like that.
They didn't ask us to identify her.
Probably because y'all didn't give a fuck enough to even go down there. Never mind the fact y'all were not Kaylee's emergency contacts when they got the information from the school for who to contact for the parents. Because notice, Karen got a call, went down there, the Chapins, they got a call from Hunter Johnson, from their son, from Hunter Chapin. But when it comes to them trying to get a hold of people, the reports literally show that Kaylee did not have her parents listed as the emergency contact. That says a lot. It says a lot. So they couldn't even track them down. But even without them being able to be tracked down right away, they didn't make the effort. You need to be asked to come down and identify your child. You have to be asked to come down to the police department. You wouldn't be able to make me not do all those things. So once again, skirting around responsibility, skirting around the fact that it's on them. Anything but taking accountability.
Not necessarily the reason why, but we were never asked, do you want to come down and see her or anything like that.
They didn't ask us to identify her. It never even came up.
And
it never came up?
Never came up.
Never came up to.
They had my daughter in another state, and I didn't even know.
Yeah, it's Spokane. You'd have known if you'd have gone down there. You'd have probably even been able to escort the damn vehicle. Shit, you didn't even bother. How can you be mad when you weren't even involved? You didn't give a shit enough to be involved. Now you want to complain? Amazing. Amazing.
Took her to Spokane.
And I'm like, what's going on? And that town should have turned it over to the FBI because they had no purpose in place.
Well, they brought in the Idaho state people.
Yeah.
They outsourced their 911, which is all their cameras, all their thing. That wasn't even in their jurisdiction. So when they had this gag order, I'm like, how are you going to gag another state?
Are you stupid, Steve? I mean, that's obviously a rhetorical question. The 911 call is literally the only thing that went through Whitcomb. The body cam, the dash cam, everything else. No, that's Moscow. Why are you being stupid and lying about things? My God.
And that town should have turned it over to the FBI because they had no purpose in place.
Well, they brought in the Idaho state people.
Yeah.
They outsourced their 911, which is all their cameras, all their thing. That was
all their cameras. This dude's a dumb shit. This dude's an idiot.
Wasn't even in their jurisdiction. So when they had this gag order, I'm like, how are you going to gag another state? And then their death certificate expert, they didn't have one.
The FBI early enough.
What the fuck is a death certificate expert? Let's look that up. Literally, death certificate expert. No such thing. It's just telling me a million ways to go on and get a death certificate. There is no official label of a death certificate expert, Steve. What are you talking about?
Their jurisdiction. So when they had this gag order, I'm like, how are you going to gag another state? And then their death certificate expert, they didn't have one.
The FBI early enough because a lot of people.
FBI was there on Monday, babe. Actually, FBI was on scene, at the scene, Ed Jacobson, very specifically, before Chief Fry even got back in town from his little vacation that day. Then, Ed Jacobson is just hanging around and being a little stalkery, to try to see what everyone's talking about, because for some reason he's real interested about what's going on at 1122 King Road in the investigation, right? So he's listening in and eavesdropping on a conversation that Chief Fry's having with somebody, and even entertaining the conversation about maybe even calling in the FBI because he felt like they were in over their heads. And up pops Ed Jacobson in the door frame and says, "Hey, I was waiting for you to say something. I've been here just waiting to lend a hand." FBI was on scene day one. People need to stop pretending like the FBI didn't have lead control over this entire thing. They were filing search warrants, and the return email address was for the feds. The feds would then get the damn warrant return information, and then whatever they felt they needed to send over to Moscow, they sent over to Moscow. Moscow barely ever got the warrant returns themselves. Go look at the damn public records. Moscow filed them. Returns went to the feds. Feds went through the paperwork, handed off to Moscow what they wanted them to see. It's exactly what happened. Exactly.
Now have surveillance cameras or whatever it is, ringtone, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they kind of tape over each other after like 2 days or 3. You bring them in immediately, they're going to get everything.
Yes.
And time is of the essence.
Yes.
And every jurisdiction should know all of that. And it's very, very important. I am sorry from the bottom of my heart to both of you.
Thank you.
About what you have lived through, what you now are going to have to relive again. It breaks my heart for you and the other families as well. And everybody else involved. I hope and pray like both of you do. First of all, I admire your strength. You are fighters. And, you might get what I think is justice. I pray that God helps your heart with that you don't struggle, that your conscience is at peace. I don't even know if I should ask Steve if he's going to forgive this guy because I think he might punch me. But
why is that the focus of your conversation with them? I find that also kind of strange.
You know what? Forgiveness, I think, helps us. I've learned in my life if I hold resentment and anger.
Yeah.
But this is a whole different level.
It is.
I've never had to forgive this. And I'll pray that God gives you both the peace about that and
Appreciate that
outcome that you deserve. I can only say to this audience that is watching here, please, it's called Idaho Murders College Nightmare.
Now we fucking know. This is a fucking promotion for Netflix. Now we know. Now we know.
This is every parent's nightmare.
Gross.
And they live through it. I want to end with where we started, because we started here. And you have a foundation.
Yes.
And I want and tell people how they can go to it, what they can do.
So it's murderhasaname.com. It is a 501c3 nonprofit. Nobody on our board takes a salary. We have Nancy Grace on our board.
Yeah.
We have Chris Hansen. We have a lot of great people.
Yeah, Chris Hansen, the guy that says you're a pedophile if you want to look at crime scene photos. The same guy that says if you're interested in truth and facts and seeing what's actually going on, you're no better than somebody from the 764 gang. Yeah, he said that on the podcast that they did an interview with Kristi where she lied to him about the footage from the 1112 camera. That's not an exaggeration. That's exactly what he said. If you look at crime scene photos, and if you're interested in looking at crime scene photos, even as redacted as these ones have been, you're no better than a pedophile. That's what Chris Hansen thinks of you. Meaning that's what Chris Hansen thinks of his entire audience. Mm-hmm. He's on the board.
Stanton's a great guy too.
Yep.
He's been here also.
Yes, Beth Karras, Andy Kahn, and Claudia King just joined us.
Mm-hmm.
Some great people, and nobody takes a salary. We're not buying cars or anything. Every penny goes.
That was very specific, Kristi. I don't know.
Every penny goes towards the mission, and that is to help other families get forensic DNA testing, whether that's IgG, whether that's these other cutting edge technology.
Hair can be
hair
done now.
Hair with no follicle can be done now, and we could clear some of.
You mean like the hair in Ethan's hand? Yeah, just like the hair in Ethan's hand, huh?
These help clear, along with law enforcement and the lab, by just funding these cases. So we are fundraising for that. And then we want to start.
1 second.
Being able to help families get answers, because we have been in those shoes and we have walked in those shoes and we know what it's like to not have answers. And just to get these perpetrators off the street.
Yeah.
And give families answers. I mean, it's a 2-in-1,
And I want to add to that.
People.
We can't do this without the officers that have already done all the hard work. All we're doing is a financial thing. These men.
What? Oh, okay. Not their case. Sorry, I had to talk to Slade about something. Let me go back a minute.
Help families get answers, because we have been in those shoes and we have walked in those shoes and we know what it's like to not have answers. And just to get these perpetrators off the street.
Yeah.
And give families answers. I mean, it's a 2-in-1,
And I want to add to that.
People.
We can't do this without the officers that have already done all the hard work. All we're doing is a financial thing. These men and women have already done the hard work. They can't control funding. That's a government thing. They can't control it. So we're trying to come in there and step in and
bridge
help
the gap.
Give them. I can guarantee you there's an investigator out there right now watching this film that says, I have that evidence, and they refuse to give me a budget. That's where we come in. We work with your own chain of command. We're just giving you the money.
Yeah.
You just do your thing. We're just getting out of your way. You did the hard work. You deserve the credit. It's your case. We're just trying to help a family, and this is the one way we think we can.
Do you think you can forgive? I asked your wife.
See, again, why? Why do we keep coming back to this? Why do we keep going back to this forgiveness thing? This is a weird.
So I've talked to God about this, and that's where he was like, well, at this point in time, Steve, he hasn't asked for forgiveness. He's still digging in. He's still poking your family. You still have.
God didn't tell you that. God doesn't answer people. That's your freaking voice in your head, Steve.
To be the protector.
To ask for forgiveness, seek forgiveness.
Eventually, he'll be dead, and then I'll probably be able to. But I don't want that darkness inside me. I don't I have to still be a father that loves all my children and my grandkids. I want to pick them up and not have this meanness inside.
Mind you, he has a grandchild that he doesn't ever talk to, that he pretends like she doesn't exist. Mind you that.
Me. So I will let it go. But at this point in time, it's still the protector.
One thing that was actually pretty beautiful that I read about both of you, and maybe I should have brought it up earlier, is that, you know, you guys at the time or now, you've been married 29 years. And it was kind of, and you both made statements to the effect that the bond that you built and the really strong marriage that you have, which a lot of people don't have, helped you navigate this together. Like I'm honestly very impressed. I'm watching a team here, although he did try to calm you down once or twice. You know,
he got mad when I kept messing with him.
Because your hands, they move too much.
No, that's an Irish thing too. And I grew up in an Irish, Italian, Jewish neighborhood. Everyone's with their hands.
Yeah.
But
Everybody talks.
You know, that was actually a beautiful part of the story. And you have 4 other children you have to take care of.
Yep.
And you've been there for them. Now they're involved too.
Sean, your lack of knowledge is astounding.
But the fact that that part of your story really stood out to me.
Yes.
I don't know. And it just makes my heart ache for you both. And I wish you.
People have asked us. I love him. And, and I, you know, he's my best friend. And, you know, I look forward to him getting home from work every day and just having him come in and me just say, today's been a really bad day. And he just wraps his arms around me. And, you know, we are very open with each other. And we're going on 31 years now, December.
Yeah. This happened when you were 29 years married.
Yep. And I just, you know, people have said, you know, do you think?
No, it's been almost 4 years. They're not hitting 31 now, and it was 29 when this happened, sir. That doesn't, you're off by a little bit.
I mean, put a strain on our marriage. I don't feel that there's been a strain. I mean, we've gone through heartache. It's caused us heartache, but I don't imagine it ending us in any way.
But things like this can often, it's game over.
You know, because we agree on almost every single thing that.
But if one person wanted to speak out and the other didn't, you know.
They even agree on kicking out Steve's daughter from his existence just so he could marry Kristi. That's a pretty big thing to agree with in the very beginning of a relationship. I assume everything else after that's pretty easy, yeah? Let's just not forget about all that.
Like you have other families, they're thanking you for doing it, but they can't do it themselves.
And you get a lot of hate. You know, I'm like probably one of the most hated. If you're for BK, then I embellish the hate that you have for me. Give it to me. Just rain it on me. Rain it on me. Because if that man is in harmony with your heart,
like that,
then you should hate me because we're from 2 different polar opposites. And I want nothing to do with somebody.
I don't want nothing to do with a lying piece of shit loser either, sir. So trust me when I tell you, the feeling is very, very mutual. Notice that the Kohbergers don't have hate. That they have the victims' birthdays in the calendar so that they could actually remember them and say a prayer for them and speak on them. Marianne grabs her rosary and prays for them all day long. While these assholes sit here and chastise them and call them accessories to murder and say all kinds of crazy shit. I don't want shit to do with nobody like you, sir. I'll stay right where I'm at. But thank you for the non-invite.
That looks at that man, looks at those eyes, and finds somebody that they want to look up to. So I take that and
look up to? Nobody is looking up to Bryan and his situation or anything else. This is not about a looking up to. That's where you're at with this. You're so brainwashed against your own bullshit. That's where you're going? Wow. He's completely lost the entire damn plot.
My wife, I believe in servitude. And I believe as a father, once I had a kid, I stopped being the knucklehead.
Once you had a kid, you stopped what? Let's see what Sam and her mother have to say about that. This dude. Oh my God. What the frick?
Rain it on me. Because if that man.
And let me also explain something. The first time I heard a clip of this was over on TikTok, where Samantha is all the time. So I bet you anything she's already heard this fucked up clip where he says this. Oh my God.
Is in harmony with your heart, then you should hate me, because we're from two different polar opposites. And I want nothing to do with somebody that looks at that man, looks at those eyes, and finds somebody that they want to look up to. So I take that. And my wife, I believe in servitude. And I believe as a father, once I had a kid, I stopped being the knucklehead idiot boy that I was. I was a total idiot. And,
Wow.
but when I knew that when I made a mistake, I was going to hurt that little baby that was just sitting there, I was like, I'm done.
It took you having a kid with Kristi then, not Sam. Because you were worse after Samantha. Look at the decisions you made. I can't believe he's been telling himself this fucking lie for 3 decades. He has brainwashed himself into believing this. Look how he tells this story. Oh my God, this piece of shit, bro. This piece of shit.
I was a total idiot. And, but when I knew that when I made a mistake, I was going to hurt that little baby that was just sitting there, I was like, I'm done. It's time to grow
heart
up.
and a conscience and a soul.
Yep.
This guy's soulless.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm praying for both of you. Good.
Thank you.
I know I'm sorry you're going to have to relive it. And I pray that the justice that you guys want, and I'm in agreement with you, comes their way. Give the name of the, how do they get to the foundation?
www.murderhasaname.com.
Murderhasaname.com.
Yep. You can read all about us, about what we do.
Some of the hardest working true crime people in America, not people who are trying to turn it into entertainment, but trying to turn it into action.
I will say to people, if you want to see,
You just don't know shit about Chris Hansen or Nancy Grace, do you? I mean, that's pretty obvious.
don't usually recommend a lot of series, but I watched this whole thing. I couldn't stop watching it. Idaho Murder, College Nightmare. You will see what I saw, and it just opens your eyes. And, you know, every parent worries about evil. There's a lot that I think we can all take from this too. God bless you both. Thank you both. I'm very grateful that you guys stopped by.
Thank you.
And told your story.
Thank you.
You're going to help a lot of people.
You know we are.
Appreciate it.
You know who
Thanks,
we're
man.
working
Thank
with.
you. Oh, yeah, I know.
We're working with the best.
Thank you guys so much for watching.
He's such a dumbass. Anyway, this is Samantha. For those of you who don't know, this is Steve's first child. She has addressed him directly in several things. She's talked about this kind of shit just doesn't happen to us. You know, with the uncle, and then with Kaylee, she discusses all of that. This is Steve's first child. But he can sit there and pretend like she doesn't exist. She is very open about her addiction issues, her alcohol issues, the issues that she has had in her life. Very. Look, here's a picture of her and Olivia. That is Samantha and Olivia. It's absolutely disgusting the way that they have behaved. And while, yes, she is an adult and she is responsible for what she is doing because she should know better and there's steps that she can take to fix her life, she's trying. She actually takes accountability. She's very open. She talks about it all the time. She's putting the work in. It doesn't help that Steve is out here on a daily basis acting like she doesn't exist while she's actively trying to get past the fact he acts like she doesn't exist. But he sits there on his fucking pedestal. This is disgusting behavior. Disgusting behavior. I just can't believe so many people still just let him lie about who he is. And he throws Bible verses at her. It's the last thing I ever saw communication-wise between the two of them is him throwing Bible verses at her. And now they're so tired of her that instead of filing a cease and desist with me or with True Crime Design or anybody out here talking, they file a cease and desist against her. Because her truth makes them look like shit. Fuck you, Steve. Fuck you, Kristi. We're not here for either one of you. We're here for Kaylee's truth. Not the bullshit that you're over here spewing and all the fake acting, all the fake tears, all the fake alpha shit. Not doing it. Not doing it. Not doing it. I did not even want to listen to this damn thing, but I'm glad we did because nothing's changed and he's proved all over again that he's not going to stop, that he's going to run his mouth the entire time that this is going on in court, and he's not taken heed to anything that has already happened here. He's just going to be worse next time. Well, that's fine, Steve. I'll just talk even more shit. You want to double down? I will too. What a dumbass. My God. My God. All right, let me see what I missed over here. Thank you so much for the 1999, Gracie Isabel. I'm 21. That's why I look up to you and the way you fight for justice. I see a lot of myself in you and your bluntness and honesty. I genuinely appreciate what you do and who you are as a person. Oh my God. Oh my God. And you have a Zelda kitty. You have a Zelda kitty. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And you have a Zelda kitty. So freaking cool. Thank you for the jewels, you guys, and the super stickers and the super chats. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, UK Jules. That's good. I'll be the US Jules. You be the UK Jules. We can do that together. That'll work perfectly. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Congratulations. Custody Chemistry Queen, how are you doing? This is one of our very first members. She's been here since like the beginning of time. It's so good to see you. So good to see you. Thank you so much for the $4.99, Kim. They are going to be all kinds of pissed when we get the green light to help BK with an attorney. I am hoping soon. I don't know. I guess maybe they're waiting to see what the process is going to be with the PCR. I just know that if that's the direction that they want to go, I'm really hoping that that's the direction that they want to go. Because an attorney with a brain that doesn't have a bias, that doesn't have anything to do with the university, someone who actually pays attention. I mean, honestly, I don't understand why it would even be needed. Let me put it this way. If it's needed, we're gung-ho. We're going to push forward. We're going to do whatever is asked, okay? What I don't know is why it would even be needed, because I don't see how there's not some sort of attorney out there that's not looking at this and being like, okay, I need to step in here. You know that they all have to do like pro bono hours. So I don't know why someone is not stepping into this situation. Maybe they're waiting. Maybe the family is in talks with people. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We don't discuss stuff like that. That's too detailed. That's not what our conversations are about. So I don't know. I just know that anything that is out there right now is not theirs, and please do not donate to any damn thing. Anything. Because even if it doesn't come from me, the family will find a way to come out and tell the public that this is what they're doing, okay? They have Mike Baker. They can come out and make their own statement. If anything ever happens, we'll know it's authentic. I'm hoping it happens. I don't want this to be Idaho, this whole thing. I don't want this to be university. I don't want this to be Moscow. It's not even about want. The case needs an unbiased outsider. All the way around, honestly. Like the entire thing needs a complete forensic audit of all of the evidence, of all of the communications, of everything. That's what it needs. Will we get that? Probably not. But it needs not the FBI. It needs a completely third-party private agency with no skin in the game to come in and do a complete audit on everything from day one to now. Who knows how much that would cost, but that's what's necessary. Someone with no bias. It doesn't matter to them which way it goes because they're not working for the state. They're not working for the defense. They're just working. That'd be nice. That'd be really nice. It really, really would. Oh, and you joined. Thank you for joining, UK Cools. UK Jules. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Don't forget we do our members only lives the last Monday of the month. What Monday is it going to be this time? Let's see. August. The last day. August 31st. That'll be our members only live. And for the members that won merch and stuff last time on the 21st, I'll send all that stuff out to you guys and you should have tracking numbers by then. But I also have a new design. So the ones that got merch, I'm going to email them the new design. And if they want to switch to the new stuff, that'd be awesome. If not, that's fine too. But given the fact that I got to wait until then to do it, you might want the new designs. Plus I have a couple more that I'm going to put out. I'm trying to get all of that leveled and honestly off of Etsy because Etsy keeps changing and upping their shipping and just it's constantly all over the place. And so I'm trying to do it to where it's connected a little bit more to something more stable because Etsy's everywhere. It's just too much. Thank you for the 10, Angela. Totally agree with everyone. The victims deserve justice and Bryan is completely innocent and it hurts. Think of his family suffering with, yeah, it's bad. It sucks all the way around. And it's, again, I don't, it's not lost on me that the Goncalves has lost a child, but you can lose a child and that child not be close to you and you not be honest about your relationship with that child and the truth come out. And I flip the way that I feel because at the end of everything, I just feel bad for the lives lost and the truth for that. Regardless, it needs to be out there or what are we doing? What is there a court system for? What is there a justice system for? What is there a process for if we're not going to actually get to facts? I mean, it's pretty gross how just that's become the norm. You just go with whatever story is said by whatever talking head on the TV box. And that's all. I can't believe so many people live that way. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, Freza. I appreciate that too. Thank you for all these jewels, you guys. I appreciate all of these little cute things. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for the 2, Sharon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's sitting there and she's like fake crying and she's, whatever, but she's lounging. Like she's sitting like she's comfortable in her own living room with her feet propped up. And that's not a very, I don't know. Her posture didn't match what we were hearing, I guess. Thanks for the 199, Kim. Did they go to graduation? I'm guessing so. But it was just a really weird interview where they said that. That's why I'm really confused about Steve Jr. And I mean, it's been something I've been confused about for a while, and I've been wanting to try to figure out that. And again, not because I think he was involved in anything. I don't have any reason to. I'm just trying to figure out where he was because of the vandal alert, him being at the university, what they said about him walking and having to do something for him after so that he gets his recognition as well. It literally was like she was graduating early, so they would be graduating at the same year, meaning to me he was there and got vandal alerts and all these other things. So why is that not mentioned in all of their chaos from that day? It's, oh, my niece called me. Oh, the news said this. Oh, these people were calling our minor children on FaceTime and on social media. They never mentioned anything about Steve Jr. I don't know why. I just find it strange. And I would just like to know where he was. I just like to know where he was. Did he get an alert? Did he try to call them too? It's odd Thank you for the $4.99 Bex Tats. So basically, they have a foundation that will wrongfully convict people to give victims a false sense of safety. I mean, you'd hate to think that, but considering that they're so comfortable with that being their situation, I mean, I don't think that they'd even care. And see, that's the thing too. Like, I don't trust them. I don't trust them with an organization that is collecting money and what they're doing just based off of everything that we already know. Like, I guess it would be a little bit harder for them to be as shady as we've already seen them be, considering that they have like Nancy Grace and other people on the board. And like, I have my opinions on them, but I don't think they're money stealers. You know, I don't think they're on the same level of shady as the Goncalveses are. I think they're their own level of ridiculous, but I don't think that they'd be dumb enough, I guess, maybe, to try to steal shit right underneath Nancy Grace's nose or do whatever the hell they're doing. I don't know. I just don't trust them. I don't feel like they have good intentions for things because they're out here being a complete, like, walking contradiction. You have unknown DNA and hair in your own daughter's case, but you want me to believe, you want a family who wants help to believe that you're going to give a shit enough about their kid's case to do all this testing and pay for all this testing, but you won't bother doing it with your own child's case? Like, that's not a good look. I don't know how the irony is lost on them there. It's actually, again, bewildering the way that their minds collectively work. It's very strange. Honestly, very freaking weird. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Freza. Thank you for the $1.99, Jesse. Okay, I think I'm finally caught up. Okay, awesome. Yeah, the stuff with Samantha just pisses me off. It's always going to piss me off because he's always going to continue to not be honest. I mean, think about it. Do you really think Steve is going to ever come out to the public and admit that all of this time where he's been saying all of these things, that he's had this other kid and he's just been ignoring her existence the entire time? He's never going to come out and just actually admit that it's 6 instead of 5. Never. It's too late. They were so natural at doing it the way that they did it because that's the lie that they've been telling people their entire marriage. Except she exists and it's real and he sucks and Kristi's worse. I just don't, again, know how you lose a child and not try to instantly try to go fix that relationship that you already trashed. And then sit there and be like, oh, I grew up when I had a kid. No, you didn't. He literally go and listen to Gypsy Rose's bullshit about what happened with Rod and Dee Dee. Okay? Rod got with a woman, had a baby. He didn't want to even deal with it. He had a whole nother woman off to the side. Coincidentally, both named Kristi. Okay? Both named Kristi. Ironic. So what does he do? He chooses this one over that one and just doesn't give a shit about the kid that gets left behind. Rod never gave a fuck about Gypsy either. The same way that Steve doesn't give a damn, never has, about Samantha. At least Rod paid child support. I don't know if Steve paid child support. I never got into that. I honestly don't give a shit. But Rod made every excuse possible to never bring Gypsy on vacation, include her in any of their life whatsoever. He took care of that by sending extra money to pay for his guilt. That's what he did. But it's the same bullshit. Just the same lies. The only reason why Rod is even claiming Gypsy now is because it's gotten him some money and some Netflix documentaries. I mean, if we've heard all those calls, those were out way before these newest sick weird. Let me tell y'all something right now. Okay? If y'all are going to go and listen to these Gypsy Rose calls, please be careful listening around little kids and out in public because they talk about bestiality. And they talk about Ryan and wanting to do things in front of kids and asking Gypsy if she'd be okay with doing shit like that. There's a lot of disgusting conversations about drug use and all kinds of crazy shit in these conversations that are monitored my fat ass. There's calls of Gypsy high as a freaking kite admitting to him, Ryan, on the phone that she is on something. Monitored? You have people talking, you have this freaking special education teacher talking about how Gypsy's asking him, is there something that you would want me to do that you haven't told me yet that one of your exes did? Is there some? No. His answer was the time his ex gave him in front of her son as he was reading him a storybook. He was verbally reading the book to the freaking son as her mouth was on him. That was his answer when Gypsy said, is there something that your ex used to do that you want me to do too? That motherfucker works with children. He works with special education children, some of which are nonverbal. I'm disgusted. I cannot believe my ears were forced to listen to this shit. I forced myself to listen to it, but I still cannot believe my ears were forced to listen to this shit. How are those calls monitored and he didn't have his hard drive searched? How are those calls monitored and they weren't sent off to the local area so that it could be used as a tip to investigate him? Are you serious? You want to be a whole nother level of pissed off? Go listen to those phone calls. Wow. They're not monitored. They're not monitored. I don't give a damn. They're not monitored. Holy shit. Oh my God. But we're going to listen to some of those on Sunday. I've listened to a lot. I don't know which ones have that on there. I guess I need to go back and find them because I don't want to listen to those. I already did. I don't want that shit on my channel. I'll figure out how to go around that. That's just crazy as hell. I can't believe he has a job. I don't know how he's not arrested. I don't understand. I just don't understand. Thank you so much for the 10, Shelly. I appreciate that. I love you guys too. Thank you so much for being in here. And thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Aries. Congratulations to all of the new members. Thank you so much for being over here and just listening to me talk my mouth off. I can't stand these damn people. I obviously can't stand a lot of people, but can you blame me? Listen to all the shit that's been going on. I don't know how anybody can like people. Everybody should want to just stay in their house forever and never be around anybody after all the crazy ass shit that we've been listening to over the past few years. Like, my God. My God. Thanks for the 5, Tom. I can't work out how they heard all that, but not Ethan shout for Xana to run. See, I don't know. I also wonder about that too. Like, if Xana, let's just say, which again, there's no proof of this, but let's just say that Xana happened to come across someone in the house and she starts screaming and running for the room. How come we don't hear her yelling Ethan's name? I feel like she would be yelling his name. I feel like he would maybe be yelling something. I mean, I don't know. We just know he was up on his elbow. When the first blow hit, they could tell by the way the blood flowed down. It wasn't quiet. But that's another reason why I really question, like, could chloroform be a damn thing here? I don't know how long it lasts. I don't know if it gets tested for. I'm going to do a little bit of research on that. I mean, it would be just a theory that I don't have any stance or backing on, which is not anything I ever like to do. Ever. But it's just, I've been the same way I wondered if somebody drugged Murphy with some Benadryl and a treat, and then we hear people telling how Murphy was coming back longer and taking longer to come back when he was being called in, and they didn't know really what was going on, and it was happening really recently up until, everything happened. And now I'm thinking this too, because like there's got to be some other explanation for some shit here, even in a multiple perp attack. And being, like there being people upstairs and on the second floor at the same time to do whatever, there's just not a lot of noise on that damn camera. And the noises that we do hear that give us pause, I mean, we do hear a little bit of bumps and stuff like that, like around the 4:17 time frame. But the majority of the sounds that freak us out are not around then. They're earlier. And I don't trust that footage. I don't trust it. I don't give a shit that it came from the cops. I don't trust it. Not with how many people had their hands in it for a week before. How can I trust it? There's just too much. There's just too much. All right. Well, it's almost 7. So I probably will not come back out tonight. And it's Friday. I really didn't think I was going to be live this long, but I can't not run my mouth when they're out here lying the way that they are. My God. I don't even know what to clip. This whole thing is a clip. I don't even know. Okay. But I'm going to be done. I'm going to be done for the night. I'll be back tomorrow morning to do something. I don't know. Unless something else crazy happens. Like if something releases in the PCR, let me actually check that real quick and see if there's any updates for anything. Because that would be crazy. I mean, I would, if there's something important from the courts, I'll take a break and come back, but I don't think there is. Let me see if anything released from the unsealing, because there are a few documents. Case summary has not been updated. Is there anything else released? I don't see those 5 from February. See, there's like 2 documents in the most recent unsealed batch of information where we went over the author letter. I might, I'll probably go ahead and release the clip of the Othram thing, because I know that like a lot of you guys like when I take smaller clips of stuff out from these long ass lives, which I do too, because more people get like the smaller amounts of facts. So I'll probably release that one tonight, since I'm not going to be coming back out live. It's Fast Food Friday, so we're going to go order something and then find a movie. Let's see if there's anything on the docket real quick, though. No, nothing since 8/7's motion for transcript from when his attorney was trying to get the stuff from sentencing. Oh, you know what? So I messaged Sheila earlier and I told her, so you know how a while back we listened to an interview from Kristi, and I think it was a stranger conversation one. I've been thinking about this since then. She said that when she started thinking about what to do or whatever, at first she was talking about some sort of foundation or charity or something like that for animals, because Kaylee super loved animals, right? So I've been thinking about that since then, because hello, love animals. We're literally gonna get the other cat in just a few days here. I got Calypsy Bipsy over here sleeping the whole time. Love them. Okay. So I asked Sheila if my monkeys, the monkeys that we use, I'm really wondering if we can find a company that can make plushies of the monkeys, the logo monkeys, and all the proceeds for that goes to some sort of something for animals. I can't start my own. I don't know the first thing to do with that. I don't want to do any of that, but I also don't want to donate to some big, huge conglomeration bullshit, because if you've ever looked at the charts, you know that your money doesn't go to shit but the CEO's pocket when it comes to that kind of stuff. But that's what I had emailed her earlier, because I know a lot of you really like those little plushy things, and it's freaking cute. I know some of y'all want some things on coffee cups and shit like that, so we'll see. But when it comes to the plushy thing, just my my see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil monkeys, is there a way to make them these cute neon-y type plushies maybe? And I don't know a company that can make them, but all the proceeds go to something. We figure out an animal organization that actually works, maybe choose a different one every month so that it gets spread around. I don't know. It was an email I sent her earlier. So I'm going to look and see if I can find a place that maybe can do that. I mean, I'm sure they have something like that online. They can take an idea. I just don't know. I don't know the first place to look for something like that, but it'd be an interesting little thing to do. But yeah, but see, the problem with local shelters is I don't want anything done around me, because protecting me and my kids' location is number one priority for literally everything. But local shelters, other places, yes. So when it comes to, I guess you guys can tell me, hey, I live in this general area, or hey, I know this general area and this shelter here always needs help, and I get the shelter information, and that's the one that gets the donation that month, that kind of thing. So yeah, like all over the country, like we'll pick one every month. It's a different one. I think that'd be a decent idea to do something in the victims' names, for all of them, for the entire situation, like it's in their memory. But this is like something for animals, and I don't touch nothing of it. There's a company that you do the order from, and the proceeds instantly go to whatever and gets dropped off. There's got to be a way to do it. I know people do stuff like that all the time. So I'm going to look into it. Throw a dart in a map, pretty much, yeah. Like just spin the globe and let the cat pick it. I probably would. All right, hit it, close it. And she pause the state. Yeah, that would work. That'd be kind of interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I want to do something kind of like that. I mean, we got to do some sort of good somewhere. Got to put some sort of good positive energy out into the freaking atmosphere. Might as well do it with some fur animals. Why not? We're going to figure it all out. Are you awake so I can grab you? Lipsy Bipsy's awake. Come here, Lipsy Bipsy. Come here, Lipso to Pipso. Oh, stop licking yourself everywhere. Come here. Oh. She's been sleeping over here the whole time. Hello. You smell my hat? What does it smell like? Smell it? No? You want to get on there? Okay, good. Don't scratch it. She probably wants to go back to her spot. She's been sleeping over there the whole time. You gonna jump? Ooh. No? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go feed my kids and feed the animals and do all the things. I'll maybe post something tonight, but I won't be back till in the morning. I don't know what we're gonna go over, but there's a shit ton to go over. Remember, Accomplished Day and ABC's has all of this information that came in duplicate. So there's stuff in there that we've seen, but there's stuff in there that has been paid for and redacted that we haven't seen. I will also say there's some new interviews over on Connor's channel. I think Accomplished Day actually did post something else as well besides the community post. And over on Outcast channel, they actually have Jack Ducour sitting in the back seat of Officer Nguyen's car. Now, I have no idea if you can hear what he has to say. I have no idea. I have not listened to it. The only thing I saw was that when Jack gets in the car, it blurs him being in there, like his entire body, which is kind of wild. But I don't know. I don't know if you can hear anything, but that's over there. So there's definitely things that you guys can go and you do whatever, which y'all have no issue. There's so much stuff. So many people talking about all kinds of stuff. My God. But I'm going to go ahead and jump off. Try to relax. Happy Friday. If you go out tonight, do it safely. Don't take no shit. Don't second guess your instincts. Punch somebody in the throat if you have to. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. See y'all.